9 p.m. on the dot here on the East Coast. Welcome to yet another podcast from the Podcast Network. This is Wednesday, and that means it's time for our hodgepodge of professional wrestling show, and that is called the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. My name is Owen. Joining me, as always, is Ashley.
That's unkind to Hodges and Podges.
So we got a lot, and I do mean a lot to talk about tonight, and we're going to be discussing a little bit of everything. I did say this was the Hodgepodge show. I know you just made fun of me saying Hodgepodge right there, but still. I don't blame you, I guess.
Everything. It's everything.
We're literally talking about everything tonight. We're in Spanish, according to YouTube.
See?
We'll get to that later. Don't worry. That's a great transition. So tonight, we've got Smackdown and 205 Live. And we've got a lot on Impact Wrestling, including the spoilers from all 4 days that I was lucky enough to attend the Impact tapings. News on the UFC. What Culture Pro Wrestling had a big event called Exit Wounds. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about NXT. This is the build, obviously, to take over Orlando. Ring of Honor's 15th anniversary pay-per-view is this Friday night, and we're going to be talking about the television that led us to that. New Japan Pro Wrestling, and obviously what's going on with New Japan right now, both good and bad at this point, but we'll get to that a little bit later. We've got Chikara news. We've got news from the Indies, talking about Northeast Wrestling and Kurt Angle and Cody Rhodes with the moonsault off the cage. We're going to talk about that tonight. MCW, all this and more tonight, plus news and rumors. This is the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. So, Ashley, what happened on SmackDown this week?
Another eventful little affair, as you'd expect.
Of course.
So, we open with Shane and Daniel. Well, Shane's in the ring, and Daniel joins him, and it says, we don't know who's facing Bray. You know, the opportunity should go to Randy Orton, says Daniel. But interestingly, Shane says the opportunity, I think, should go to AJ. And Daniel says, look, he won the Royal Rumble. It's tradition. So why shouldn't that happen? And Shane goes, well, nobody's ever abdicated their win. And they replay the clip of Randy saying, I wouldn't face him as long as he was a follower. Then obviously the controversy over the Battle Royal, and then the AJ Harper match. But AJ won, has earned his shot. And then Daniel says, but, you know, Randy literally put our WrestleMania plans ablaze. So basically, they're arguing over who it should be, and then they go, it'll be a match, which we knew for the past bloody 7 days. So why the shit did that happen?
Doesn't make much sense. And that's going to be your main event for the night, too.
So AJ stops Shane and Daniel in the back and wants to make sure that they don't make a mistake because he's sick of the anti-Styles conspiracy. He'll take out Randy Orton, and it'll be on their heads. But you know, I'm not afraid of a little fire or a viper. I'm not afraid of either of you. Speaking of afraid, this would be where I do a pretty damn good joke of doing a bloody. I'm afraid I've got some bad news, but we have, because James Ellsworth's in the ring and says, "You're going to witness a match you will never see again."
My God. Welcome, Logan.
He beat AJ the first 3 times he faced him, but how long did it take for Cena to beat him? And he's the Mac Daddy of SmackDown. I'm like, fucking hell. Rodney Mac's back. Brilliant.
Oh boy.
And then Carmella comes out. So then we get Carmella and Ellsworth versus Cena and Nikki. Cena and Nikki win with stereo 5-knuckle shuffles to each of them. And Cena does an attitude adjustment. Nikki does a rack attack. Apparently she can do that still.
Oh, she's using the TKO now, so that's basically what she had.
Yeah, but she gave her the rack attack though.
No.
Specifically for this one.
I saw the TKO. I watched this match.
PW Insider, you got it wrong, you bastards. But yeah, the finish came with Cena's submission, certainly with the STF.
Dueling submissions.
I saw that in the highlights.
Right.
But during this match, Miz and Maurice were watching from ringside.
Yes.
I think they're on commentary, probably.
You're correct.
And they just pull Nikki and John out and smack them down. Wait, see what they did there.
Oh, yeah.
Miz just said, I couldn't take it anymore. Yeah. It's a disrespect to anybody who shares true love. Cena's a liar, and his relationship with her is the biggest lie of them all. And he spends hour after hour with Maurice because he loves her. But does that apply to you, John? If you love someone, you don't make them sign a contract to be your girlfriend. Me and Maurice are the top couple in WWE. Now John wants to put his relationship suddenly front and center after it wasn't allowed to be brought up on television. Further proving that Cena only cares about his brand because he isn't human. He is Robo Cena. God damn it. I should have cued the fucking music. I forgot the RoboCop music. Shit.
This was great.
John found the lottery ticket because he found somebody who's power hungry as he is. And their plastic fabricated lies spit on every real relationship. And then once again, Maurice calls Nikki a bitch. Because symbolism.
Ashley, did you notice that The Miz had like Michael Pitt hair during this promo?
To be honest,
He did look like Michael Pitt.
I don't want to give him credit for his SmackDown performance. I want to give him credit for his Talking Smack performance.
Oh, God, yes.
Because I might as well bring it up here because it was the best bit. They cut a promo, sort of doing the same stuff. Like saying that, well, John Cena said that he said that we could have a match, and all of a sudden the match happens. Is John Cena booking matches now? Is it not the job of the general manager, or did he just say, "Oh, please put it on the card. I'll see you at dinner." And then the bloody whole infomercial. But wait, there's more. Oh. And then at the end, it's like, we're not going to be on this show next week. Goodbye. It's like,
I mean, I didn't get a chance to watch Talking Smack, but reading back to what happened on the show, it does seem to be something that's very enjoyable every single week, unlike what they do on Raw. About it is
like Raw Talk.
Yeah, exactly.
They actually bothered to have Raw Talk, and it was pretty good because they do it on the pitch of it being basically being like, well, no, actually thinking about it, Raw Talk was bad. Bloody
Brian was basically talking about in 2 years he's pretty much going to see if he's allowed to wrestle again, which basically makes me think that once this contract is up, I don't think he's re-signing, and I think you're going to see him back in the Indies in Japan again.
Oh, that's yeah. He brought up the fact that he's injured, and Daniel Bryan said, just you wait 18 months, I'll be back.
Right.
So it's sort of like, oh shit, WWE mustn't have liked that line.
Probably not.
Oh, but the other bit I remember from the Raw talk was they were talking with Bailey and Sasha and about Nia Jax and whatever. I think because they were talking to Sasha first. And Buddy Lawler decided to go, apparently I heard that Nia Jax was in a car accident once. And they had to get 3 people to pull the car out of her.
Oh my god.
And like you could tell that Sasha and Bailey were like, you fucking misogynist.
I mean, say what you want about this program, to be totally honest, but I think it's actually going to work in the long run. Shoot promos, these work shoot promos that have been coming out of this have just been great. And unlike what has been done in the past with Natalya, this Nikki storyline actually works. Basically, they're saying everything in these promos that the IWC say on a constant basis.
Mm-hmm.
I like this a lot. I like this a lot. This is great. So we get Randy Orton in the back with Renee.
Yeah. Basically asks him why he did what he did last week and said, you know, you saw me do that. Who knows what I'm going to do tonight? AJ may be phenomenal, but you're always one KO. But I'm only one RKO from WrestleMania. And AJ, run! So now we get Kurt Hawkins calling out Dean Ambrose because Dean started something he cannot finish. So Dean comes to the ring, but Hawkins goes after him up the ramp and clotheslines him. And Dean goes, I'm going to come out here and call out Baron. But you're not going to come out because you're doing your lone wolf thing. And you're doing it because everybody thinks you're a scumbag. You're a neutered wolf. And if you got the balls, you'll come out and fight me. And Baron appears on the screen and says, well, man, you must be stupid to think that I'd come out to face you. You know, why are you so keen to get a beating? Because I will take everything from you, including your title, when I'm ready. And Dean goes, well, she ain't going to come to me. I'm going to come to you. The Dean leaves the ring. Hawkins tries to attack him again, but gives him a kick and double underhook DDT. Worth noting at this point that I'm pretty sure bloody Hawkins said, man, I'm 2-0 against you, Dean. Because obviously the matches that they're supposed to have never happened.
Right.
So now we've got Mojo in the interview area.
Oh, God.
And talks about Zack Ryder winning the US title. But that wasn't his moment. And he wants to make his moment. So he's announcing he's going to be in the Andre the Giant Battle Royal.
And the crowd goes mild.
And then Dolph comes in and says, you trying to be recognized? And I'm going, oh, shit. He's using John Cena rap from 2004. Recognize this. Thugonomics. No, but everybody thinks that you're owed a WrestleMania moment, but you have to earn it. And Mojo goes, is that why you don't have one? Which is harsh, because they should have fucking pulled that trigger when Dolph Ziggler won against, was it Swagger?
Well, I mean, he did cash in Money in the Bank the next night on Raw, and they could have done it at Mania, but they didn't.
Yeah. And Dolph tells Mojo not to hurt himself grabbing for that brass ring. Oh, hang on. If Cesaro's going after it, there's too many people going for the brass ring. If there's only one brass ring, multiple people cannot get the brass ring. It's like Sonic. Too many people go for the ring. It just, disappears from your inventory and you've got to collect it before it disappears. So Dean still can't find Corbin, except he's hiding behind a wall. Pushes somebody at Dean, and then Baron hits him with a lead pipe and says, "Oh, look, you found me." And Dean says, "Good talk." And Baron just goes after him further, puts him even under a forklift, and I'm going, "Were you reusing scenes from Halftime Heat from 1999? I like this." So yeah, he manages to get on the forklift and drop the forks on top of Dean. I don't know how you do that, because the forks are supposed to be only be able to control from inside the cab. And then security goes, "You can't do that."
Fair point.
And Corbin leaves. So now it's time for the Alexa Bliss Blissation. I already have to take 30% off your grade, Alexa, because one, that isn't a word, and two, it's dissertation. So the whole world will hear from the greatest female superstar on Smackdown and the only two-time champion. She announces her opponent for WrestleMania. So it won't be Naomi, because she's at home feeling her pain. It won't be Nikki Bella, because she's in the training room. It won't be Carmella, because she's taking care of her chinless troll friend. And it also won't be Chucky. Well, I guess everybody else knows her as Becky Lynch. I've already beaten her in a tables match and a steel cage match, and then Becky Lynch comes out and says, "Shut your face, Alexa. I think it's time for me to make an announcement on my own. I call it a declaration."
All those puns have now made it from Twitter to television.
30% off your marks, Becky. That one, that isn't a word, and two, your boyfriend lost. We'll get to that. She's a woman that will beat Alexa and take back the title. So then Natalya shows up and tells Beaker to step aside. Just because she's fucking ginger, you called her Beaker?
I blame the writing staff.
Even though she looks nothing like Beaker. I get it with Sheamus because he looked like Beaker.
Yes, indeed.
With Becky, it's, I don't know.
Welcome, Jeremy.
Trying to think of annoying fucking redhead in general life. I can't think of
Bea
one.
Priestley?
Is she red? I don't know what her root color is.
Close enough.
So Natalya basically says, I had a good talk with Alexa last week, and they have an understanding because Natalya is championship level, and you're not, Becky. And Alexa goes, "Wow, did you get into catnip? Stop bringing up the fucking cats. Teddy will be using this as publicity.
Yes.
Do not give that fucker publicity." I know I just did, but fuck it. Alexa says, "Natalya, you're just the worst there is, the worst there ever was, and the worst there ever will be." Well, that original line. So then Mickey says, "Everyone can shut up. Everybody's being selfish and interrupting it because it's going to be me." And Alexa goes, "No, it isn't." And Mickey's like, "But that's what we agreed to, right?" And Becky says, "Well, I beat you, Mickey, twice last week. Twice. Don't know why she kept saying it. Again and again and again. Yeah, I've got to do that because it's the last chance I get to do it. So Natalya insults Mickey. All of them argue. Cue Daniel Bryan. And says that he and Shane were all listening to all of it. And they would have given it an F. Won't go that far. I'd have given it a U for unmarkable. Yeah. Ungraded. 0%. It's not even an F. It's a U.
Unmarkable, huh?
Well, how can you when you call it a blicitation? What the fuck
Right.
is it? But a dissertation is something that's written. You know, at least bloody, the declaration makes sense because a declaration can be audible. A dissertation really isn't. But either way, sure, Alexa may say she's the greatest woman on the roster, but let's find out, because Alexa's going to have to defend her title against every woman on the Smackdown roster. And Alexa
Plus,
says,
I have a feeling that
ain't fair.
that's going to be actually when you probably get the Divas to show up in the past.
Yes, but they're not on SmackDown.
Oh, there's ways around that.
But also, does that mean Eva Marie shows up? Because if she don't, he's dead.
Unless she's gone.
The career is dead. If she doesn't show up at Mania and get her WrestleMania sort of moment, I think it's official. She's gone. So then Daniel says he got some sweet tips from Teddy Long. So we're going to have a tag team match. It'll be Alexa and Mickey versus Natalya and Becky Lynch. Which already sounds like a stupid idea. Especially because Natalya gives Becky, her teammate, a German suplex. So that Alexa can get the pinfall. But then, interestingly, afterwards, Mickey gives Alexa a mitt kick as they celebrate. Picks up the title and just lays it on Alexa. So then Tom has news, apparently, that Dean's having difficulty breathing and is coughing up blood. Also, Josh Matthews is as well. We'll get to that.
Yeah, we will.
So then Aries appears on the screen and says, I did what everybody wanted to do. Shut Neville's mouth. And right at the start of 205 Live, I'll answer all the questions about Austin Aries. So then AJ comes out and says this is a house that AJ built. When he was champ, the ratings couldn't have been higher. Turned the B show into the show. And what does he get from the authority? But nothing but disrespect. Meanwhile, Orton burns down a man's house and gets rewarded for it.
Does have a point.
Here's the thing nobody seems to get. He was built for the main event of WrestleMania. Not Shane, not Bryan, and it's certainly not Orton. Is going to keep him from the grandest stage of them all. Because WrestleMania will be phenomenal. And then you realize it's Shane McMahon, and then you go, it's fucking terrible. So yeah, your final match of the night. Yeah, we're only having 3 matches again. Orton beating AJ with the RKO from out of nowhere. Because from what I remember, I can't remember whether it was just a phenomenal forearm that got RKO'd or whether it was the springboard 450.
Yeah, I mean, the setup for the finish was great because AJ goes for the springboard and he basically like teases it and he doesn't actually do it. He feigns it. And Orton goes for the RKO and AJ just looks down at him like, "Huh, you dummy." And the next thing you know, AJ goes for the 450 and Orton's out of the way and then he just hits a regular RKO to win it.
Oh, I thought it was like a fancy one. The still
They
WWE
teased the fan.
Pissed me off.
They teased a fancy one, but they decided they wanted to go with a basic one for the finish.
I bet that fucking happened on the house shows on Sunday and Monday.
Most likely.
The bastards. So that's SmackDown. It's sort of it's better probably just because it's shorter than Raw, but it's
Right.
getting to a point where it's like
There's no matches.
I would like more variety, please. If at all possible.
This moves us on to 205 Live.
Yes. So Austin Aries has a banana, literally. And says he's secured his greatest interview to date. He's introducing his subject, and it's Austin Aries. Austin, thank you for being here. Well, thank you, Austin. You're being very polite. It's like he keeps doing all this stuff. It's like, why did he decide to leave the announcer's booth and punch Neville in the face? Well, because he could. For the last 3 months, he's been sitting at that desk because he's had a broken eye hole. But remember that if you want to earn respect, you find the toughest guy in the room and you punch him in the face. And it's clearly become clear that the toughest guy in the room is Evil Neville. He's the king of the cruiserweights and the top of 205 Live. Until Austin Aries got here. That's why he punched him. So Austin goes, Austin, what's next for Austin Aries? Good question, Austin. Well, with that left hand to Neville's face last night, Austin Aries expert journalist is no more. Austin Aries in-ring specialist is now on 205 Live. So here comes Neville, who says, what happened last night, I just thought that was a momentary lapse. But now you've truly gone off the deep end. Hide behind the announce table and act like a fool, and now you think on my level. And Aries goes, no, I don't think I'm at your level. You're at the A level, Neville. I am on the A double level. And Neville says, the level around here is the Neville level. It's like, fucking hell.
So much rhyming. So much
Say
rhyming.
that 5 times fast, motherfuckers. A double Neville level. A double Neville level. No, you should consider this career move carefully and scuttle back to your announce desk to make your pathetic jokes where you belong. They weren't pathetic. Corey Graves and Michael Cole were corpsing. We had to send for the man.
Send for the man.
Now he says, I don't have to be announce table. And, you can come into the ring and tell me the joke about the Cruiserweight champ getting chin checked 2 weeks in a row. Neville goes, I would, but you've not earned the right to enter the ring with me. I don't have to lift a finger to get rid of you. You've got so many enemies in the back. Mock the division. Which, by that, I think he means like 2 people. And now you think you belong at the top of the ladder. There's a locker of talent ready to oblige. And Aries asks Neville, do you speak for the locker room yourself? Because I've been writing checks my entire career. My ass has been checking them. If anybody's got a problem, come to the ring. Then, interestingly, they mentioned something that happened on Talking Smack. Even though that wasn't going to air on the network until afterwards. Proving Talking Smack is recorded during 205 Live.
Well, yeah.
Because they say that AJ had a confrontation with Shane, which he did, because we're building to that match for some reason.
I told you that's exactly what they were going to do, and that's exactly what they're doing.
I know. I know. But, just because you say it doesn't mean I have to agree with it.
I agree with that completely. I said it, but I still agree with you.
So Gallagher and Swan are in the locker room, and Noam Dar comes in. And, did you see the flowers I delivered to Alicia Fox? And Rich asks, Noam, what are you so concerned about the Flyers? The Flyers. Yeah. Philadelphia Flyers. Flyers skate zone in Voorhees, New Jersey. I'm getting I'm getting flashbacks. Why are you so concerned? Didn't you buy the flowers? And Dar says, watch and learn. Maybe you can find somebody as beautiful as Alicia Fox. So here's Alicia Fox with Noam Dar teaming up with Daivari to take on Swan and Gallagher. Not too bad a match. Swan and Gallagher getting the win after the running drop kick to Daivari. And then Swan hitting the Phoenix Splash on Dar. He did the sort of deal. So now Tom Phillips is backstage with Brian Kendrick and asks Kendrick about his comments from Raw. And Kendrick goes, if I thought Cesaro was being disrespectful, I thought that Cesaro was being disrespectful. I figured, if he wants a fight, sure, you'll get it. But I'm a man of my word. Cesaro wanted to fight me, but Brian Kendrick says he will be facing a Brian Kendrick. And that's lesson number 6. Reading the fine print.
Oh, wow. I wish I would have watched this show.
So, yeah. Akira Tozawa wrestles some jobber that they called Brian Kendrick.
It's Eric Cannon.
Of course, we're in Chicago area. We're in Indiana.
Yeah.
We're Indiana, Illinois. Yeah.
I would have enjoyed this if I would have been able to see it.
Tozawa wins with a German suplex in barely any time at all. So then Neville's backstage and asked about Aries, and Neville says, he's going to regret his career decision. For too long, we subjected to his lowest common denominator wisecracks. You're going to face the consequences. Tony Nese is no walk in the park. You'll learn that everybody wants what he has, and only one man can stand across the ring from him at WrestleMania. And whoever wants that opportunity will have their work cut out for them next week on 205 Live. Does that mean Tozawa?
We shall see.
So Aries and Nice, as good as you expect, especially when you can take into account this is Aries' first match in what? Close to a year?
Oh, so he's facing the guy that we said that he was going to be facing. How appropriate.
Yeah, the chiseled abs and nothing else, because
yes,
you don't know how to do a promo. Aries won it by pulling off his elbow pad and hitting him with a rolling elbow. Aries wins. Fade to black. Not that one. We'll get to that. We'll get to that fade to black. I swear they just did that because it's a Metallica song.
Maybe. Austin Aries is the GOAT, says Logan. That's an interesting segue.
Interesting subway.
So we're going to ride that segue into...
Something I found out about Subway. If you go to their website and accept the use of cookies, at least over here right now, they give you a free cookie for you to get in store.
That's amazing.
Cookie for cookies. I love it. I need to take advantage of it, except the Subway where I could go to. Probably. Oh, shit. I could get that tomorrow. Well, shit. Right, I have to put the printer in gear when we're done here. So, what are we talking about goats for? New Japan?
Well, we're talking about goats because of a T-shirt that now exists on shoptna.com.
You mean prowrestlingtees.com/TNA?
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah. That fucking lazy.
That's right. It's time for Impact Wrestling, and sit back and relax because we got a lot to discuss tonight.
Trust me. It's literally going to be sort of like a whole Owen's going to defend it, and I'm going to go, nope. The amount of times I did the whole Patrick Stewart face on hand, hand on face thing. Oh. So we're hyping up Lashley versus Josh Barnett, but we immediately get into the last woman standing match between Rosemary and Jade, with Madison Rayne on commentary, because apparently all the women's matches have to have a woman commentator because of reasons.
How it was.
Good match. They used a lot of good spots. The really interesting bit is there was it's interesting just because of what I found out happened in the last few days. Because you know what one of Rosemary's moves is?
The Red Wedding.
Apparently set for Mercury Rising Super Show. Everybody's been getting invites to a red wedding. I don't think it's the same thing, because if it was, it'd be so brilliant. TNA talent on a WWE technically back show.
Timbo says, feel bad for Jade, though.
Hey, she's doing wonders this weekend. She's going to be doing, I think it's 4 shows for Southside.
I believe so.
This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in the UK. And that means she can't even do Shine or AIW's women's events this weekend. I'm guessing she's going to be part of the Shimmer stuff because she's freelance now, and if they don't want to hire her and instead bring in untalentless hacks that were in the worst matches of 2016, trust me, we'll be getting that too as well.
Yeah.
Some people may disagree with some of the Meltzer awards. Or I shouldn't say Meltzer awards. It's actually the newsletter awards. Some were deserved. Isn't that right, Alvarez?
We'll get to it.
So yeah, Rosemary just about got up after her 3 red weddings over the course of the match. Got up at basically 9.5, and Jade didn't. And that's how we write Jade out. So then we got backstage Moose saying how Cody let his anger and jealousy get the best of him, but has picked the wrong person to start a fight with. So he's got some choice words for him. So the Hardy family are at Matt's personal, and given that Jeff's vessel now houses his ability, he wanted to test their strength because he says Vincent Van Gogh, elite mule. And Matt wanted Jeff to seek him out and communicate. There you go. And Moose goes, I don't care what club you're in, or if you're the grandson of a plumber, or you're the American Nightmare. You should just put a bag over your head because you're a big old ugly bitch. Really? I thought they already did that gimmick in WWE.
They said that on purpose.
Cody attacked him from behind anyway. Security intervened, but they basically were brawling and brawling and brawling. Brandy stopped him and said, "We're done." And Cody said, "All right, I'll leave on my own." And then decided to randomly grab Matthews and hip toss him. Not is that what led to his going wacky in the head or something? Then
We'll get to that. Don't worry.
that's the only explanation I can think of. So they kept brawling anyway. And of course, as James Storm is coming out, Buddy Matthews says, "Any other announcer for the rest of the show, but I'm hardcore. I'm good to go." I'm like, no, you're not. The great thing is, he did this in January, as if he's making this a gimmick himself.
Right.
Which is a problem. A problem that gets exacerbated on in a few minutes. So then we got Jesse Goddard's James Storm. And Goddard says he and Cody are friends and, they text all the time. And Matthews was more obsessed by what changes are coming that Pope apparently announced last week. And Matthews says, "Well, I want Dom West to replace you, Pope." And plug the Dom West special, of course, which is Dom West Dignity for only $15 in a brown bag. It also comes with a bottle of alcohol that you have to keep in the brown bag. Or you can upgrade it for $10 and give whatever that poison was that killed Pepper, the dog, to Josh Matthews. So they had a match. Wasn't too bad a match, Jesse and James. James getting the win with the last call, thanks to some DCC distraction. It really is just like, geez, when will that end? When will DCC get put in a good storyline? Spoilers. The answer is nope. So then we get a sadly brief but pretty good one-on-one X Division title match between Trevor Lee and Andrew Everett. They really do well. The finish came with Everett going for his shooting star press finisher, but Lee got his knees up and rolled him up for the pin. So now we're at Hardy's Zoo, and Jeff searched for Vincent Van Gogh, so then acted like a mule. So basically the mule, the mule told him to find a pet shark and keep him in a saltwater pool. And Jeff had a premonition. They will be outnumbered and the whole platoon must go now. So everybody teleported to a flea market. And Jeff went, "Well, there must be a pro wrestling match close." And Matt goes, "At least the Seven Deities didn't land them in a bingo hall." Wow! If only we knew what would happen 48 hours fucking later.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Don't worry.
I mean, I'm not saying the Hammerstein Ballroom's a bingo hall, but it's got history like a certain bingo hall.
Yes.
So, they exited the flea market. There's a load of wrestling fans lined up for the show. From what I can tell, this was the Maryland Championship Wrestling show.
Yes.
It was an MCW show. Matt was apparently told what was apparently the promoter that they were there to procure the gold, and two men were talking backstage when Senor Benjamin approached them and used a taser on both men because they were the number one contenders. We could arrest them, but, you know. And then another man told the promoter the challengers couldn't compete. And Matt assumed that they could have the tag title shot. And the promoter said, "Hey, I ain't got the money to pay." And Jeff went, "Money's for marks."
That's great.
I love the fact they've done all this, and it's already a fucking dig at the company that wouldn't want to pay them anymore or even offer them a new contract. This is the Hardys, and they're leaving. Just sniffs of like ECW and the Dudley Boys from '99.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Give us $1 more and we'll stay. And they're just like, fuck off to TNA, fuck off to WWE. And they went, "No, we will not. We will fuck you over in the best way. We're going to make the number 3 promotion the number 2 promotion." Who needs to go to number 1 when we can go to number 3 and make it number 2, which means you are not number 2. Except you will be number 2, but in a different metaphorical sense. So the Hardys confront the tag champs, which are Kevin X Entourage.
Yeah, the Entourage.
The obsolete song plays as excerpts from the thing is shown. Basically, they just randomly brought Jeff into the flea market area and just hit him with weapons. Matt was getting worked over in the ring. Then Jeff and Benjamin chased them all out the building with Roman candles. We're bringing that in again. So then Matt was being double teamed. Jeff came back, worked over both opponents. They hit both men with the swanton and pinned them both to win the belts. And Rebby, Maxon, Benjamin joined them in the ring for the celebration. And they go to a press conference. And they go, "What's next?" And they just touch Vanguard 1 and disappear. One of the press person just like, "I'm running the fuck away." Spoilers. That is the last you are ever going to fucking see of these guys. Ever.
Yep.
In TNA. Because TNA will be dead by the time they come back.
I don't see that, but continue.
Oh, trust me. Jeff is trying to kill... Jeff's just trying to kill the company like he did 12 years ago. Except nobody's going to help him this time. Not even Toby Keith. Not even ITV. So Trainer was tending to Moose when Galloway showed up and said, "Look, I come in peace. I've listened to the fans who thought that I was ducking you, and I wanted to give you, I wanted to give you a title shot. But it won't be right now. I'll give you a few minutes to get ready." So we get a recap of the wedding. And Laurel's been found backstage. And drunken mess, still wearing her wedding gown, chugging down wine. Spoilers, she's wearing that for the next 4 or 5 weeks.
Yes.
Christ. I've just seen the trailer for that Scarlett Johansson comedy. That looks better than this storyline now. And that film looks fucking terrible. And basically she hates Braxton and Allie, but then said she's fine, and then started crying. If I wanted you to be good at crying and getting drunk, Jesus Christ. If I wanted to see if I wanted to see that, I'm sure there's plenty of good fucking people already doing that on like Periscope. Christ. So now it's time for Galloway and Moose. Galloway wins the first round. The great thing is, because Galloway rested at ringside, Matthews went, why the hell is he doing that? You know, Moose should be the new champion. So Moose gets the second round. So then it went to the third round. Pretty good, pretty even. They clearly did it in such a way that it's like, we've got to leave it close in case Drew does want to stay. Except we need to give him a pay cut. And he went, I'll just do what AJ did. Bye. So yeah, Moose wins by split decision. Fucking Josh Matthews thinks this is the UFC. But at the same time, has no fucking clue what he's talking about. Because he said, I would have given it 30-28 to Galloway. So yeah, the guy who fucking said that bloody Galloway should have been counted out for resting in the second round and Moose should be the new champion, gave all 3 rounds to Drew Galloway, but also for some reason, because on the scoring system, it's a definitive 10-9 like it is in the UFC. So how the fuck does Moose get 28? Because what's 9 times 3, Owen? I know you're not good at math, but I'm sure you can do that. Yeah. So where the fuck does 28 come from?
He's the heel announcer, obviously. That's the only explanation I can come up with.
I don't care. You can be a heel, but it helps if you're a heel and you make bloody fucking sense. If she'd have said 30-26 or 30-27, it would make sense. You know, you're already shitting on the rules that you're supposed to be supporting.
Right.
Because you're the best commentator in the world. Even if you don't think that. Continuity, fucker. Seriously. Even Michael Cole isn't that bad. You just give your fucking stats all the time. So then we get notes that the Josh Matthews says Barnett was the youngest UFC champ in history and that he's also competed in Pride and Pancreas.
He did say pancreas. He said pancreas. Really?
Yeah.
Oh boy. That's a tape show. They could have edited that.
Well, should he? He's the greatest commentator. He's the greatest C. I'll tell you that. CUNT. And I don't mean that in a heel sense. I mean that in a literal sense. You know, I think Madison's the one with the penis in that relationship, and Matthews is the one that actually gave birth. Shit. So it's interesting because for some reason they completely edited out Barnett winning.
I told you they had the option to do that if they really wanted to, and it looks like they did.
What they did is they just had Lashley cover him and like do it was basically the screw job. because Barnett kicked out, but for some reason they counted 3. So I guess the advert break was where they edited out the win.
Probably.
In which case, why the fuck do it? I don't care if there's options.
Yeah, that's exactly the answer.
From what we can clearly tell, bloody fucking Barnett has been brought in for 3 appearances technically. And that's it.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Does that mean Alberto's the same?
No.
Does that mean that Rebel's the same?
That could go
Does
either
that
way.
mean every other person that isn't on that fucking show is the same? Does that mean Matt Morgan's not going to show up again? Does that mean Magnus is not going to show up again? Does that mean bloody Chris Masters is not going to show up again? Because it seems like it.
Nope, that's not the case.
This is the new form. People show up, do one show, fuck off. We don't need you.
No, that's just for the people that were there for one night
Impact
only.
Wrestling. That is the end of TNA Impact Wrestling. Forever.
No.
Next week is just Impact Wrestling
Yes.
with a fucking owl.
The owl is gone.
No, the owl was the best fucking symbolism that company's had in a decade. Keep the fucking owl. I don't care about your fucking gold, Jeff. I just want my fucking owl now. Anyway, I needed to get angry because I know what's coming next. Let's talk this shit. So let me pick up the notes as to what happened.
I've got them too, obviously, because I was there.
Well, yeah, but I'm getting the combination of the notes from the person you hate.
I don't hate him. I just think I'm a lot more in depth than he is. But that's because I'm a commentator, and that's how I do things.
Well, admittedly, on the day that he was there, and you were on the one day that he was there, you decided to go low key, and I don't mean caval.
No.
But when he wasn't there, you stepped your game at me, and
I have huge amounts of notes. So Ashley's going to give things, and I'm going to chime in.
Here is where I fucking start. Josh Matthews has a fucking Titantron.
Yep.
With all the Twitter shit.
You are correct.
And a goat. It's like, does TNA not fucking realize that commentators should not be considered heels?
I don't know about that. I was a heel commentator.
It was a great fucking success for Michael Cole, was it not? No. If you're a color commentator like Pope is, that's where it fits to be a heel.
Well, I mean, to be completely honest,
the voice of the company can't be I'm sucking on Bobby Lashley's dick because he's a bad guy and I'm a bad guy.
I've done commentary as a heel before and basically towed the line between both.
Yeah, you're part of the problem, Owen.
That's what some people say. So there you go.
Boo. Fucking
new logo, new Impact Wrestling logo.
New everything. The great thing is there was a fucking graphic that's apparently came up introducing Borash that said TNA original. But we're fucking phasing out the TNA.
Well, I mean, for the sake of argument, that Lashley's championship still says TNA emblazoned on it. So I have a feeling come April when they return, they're probably going to have Impact
Oh
championships.
my fucking god. They brought back the fucking exclamation mark. Why have they done that? So Laurel was out being drunk, taking on ODB and on Explosion.
Yep.
Again, why would ODB come back? Has Jeff Jarrett got incriminating photos of her? So then we get the whole details about this shit. So Borash is saying apparently, oh well, the word has come down. There's going to be a new announcer. Apparently, there's a loud "Josh, you're stupid" chant. No, he isn't. He's a cunt. You should have done that because with the amount of time that they have for editing, they wouldn't be able to edit it out. So they'd probably air it on Pop TV. So Edwards and Davey decide to start fighting for some reason. Did they give any reason as to why?
They've been fighting for the longest time. They've even involved, obviously, Alicia and Angelina Love. This storyline has been running for quite a while.
I know, but there's like the explanation was, reasons.
Incidentally, ODB went over with the BAM on Laurel Van Ness.
Yeah. So then we get the confirmation that we're going to have, at least for the time being, a 3-man announce team because Borash is going to be on announcing duty.
It's about time, actually.
This should have happened. I know he couldn't have been heel for like Taz to do what he did in terms of the commentary desk and everything, but
right.
As soon as Dom West left, Borash should have been there.
Don West is back. He's just doing stuff on Shop TNA.
New management wants someone out there that the fans actually like. I wouldn't go that far, Borash.
I don't know. I'll defend that one.
Compared to Josh Matthews, he's incredible. I still say Mike Tenay should come back.
Yeah, or someone else, but we'll get to him later.
Borash is perfect as a ring announcer. Borash says, Matthews has just been disrespecting the fans and the legends and everything, and it's time to change things up. And says that Mike Tenay mentored him to be the next announcer, but someone got fired from WWE, and the dummy old owners hired Josh. So the confusing thing is we are ripping the fuck out of Dixie.
Yeah, that's what this new regime's all about.
That was never the problem. It was a problem. It wasn't the problem. The problem was creative and storylines. Keep that in mind, kids. Keep that in mind. So Josh says, I sat under the learning tree of Jim Ross and called WrestleMania. Did he?
I mean, I believe if anything, he called a pre-show match.
Either way, he says he came to TNA for free. Does he think he's a fucking Hardy? Money is for marks? No. Borash says he's friends with JR and JR thinks Josh sucks. And then Cody shows up for some reason and says, who wants to see Cody versus Moose?
He's got the GFW Next Gen belt with him, too. in
So
mind as well.
now, new random fucking tag team show up.
No, they're not a random tag team. I knew who they were.
No, but it's like for anybody that hasn't watched Impact or has, they will have no clue who these fuckers are.
No, but they got over huge in 4 days.
Well, probably because Adam
They're the
Thornstowe. I'm amazed though that he'd be willing to do all these appearances, even though he's a West Coast based wrestler.
Yeah, that's how I
The
know
pay
him.
must have been fucking good. In my
Well,
gold, Jeff. You're paying him my fucking gold.
well, actually, they've basically been working in GFW, and they're the current GFW Tag Team Champions. So that's another reason why they're here.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It isn't TNA anymore then, is it? It's GFW Impact Wrestling.
There's more than that. We'll get to that
Fuck's
later.
sake. Well, you say Cody's got the next gem belt.
Yep.
Fucking Reno Scum have got the GFW tag belts.
Only came out with them on this show. That's the only
Keep in
time they
mind,
came out with his
nobody
belts.
the fuck knows about GFW because
Right.
he's promised TV for 2 fucking years and nothing's happened.
I have a feeling on commentary they're going to hype that up because they wouldn't necessarily wear championships to the ring unless they're going to be discussed.
Unless it's WCPW.
Or Heroes of Wrestling. Don't forget Scorpio's NWA World Title rip-off belt that they never mentioned what it was.
But from what I can tell, Reno won.
Yeah, they got a great finish too. They beat the DCC. They had Kingston and Bram with James Storm in their corner. They set up a curb stomp. Luster the Legend does, and then Adam comes off the top with a double foot stomp at the same time. They changed the finish after the second show to a leapfrog double stomp instead of a top rope double stomp, I guess because of reasons. So, yeah, Reno Scum were hugely over. They got a punk gimmick. I know there was a lot of people that were saying, oh, look, it's Ink Inc. They're back. But no, it's like a Sex Pistols type look to it and everything. They're chanting, oi, 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 and the crowd really got into it. So, yeah, Reno Scum got over instantaneously. Huh?
Because I can't remember. It might have been the MCW show from this week. Somebody beat Jesse Neal basically because he got injured. But they just had to end the match immediately and have him stretch it out.
Yeah, we'll get to those results later. I actually have those.
Same weekend. And of course, we're teasing the DCC breaking up, even though they only just really formed.
Right.
Which I'm getting pissed about because there was so much potential in that, and they're just dropping it because it was booked by the old bookers.
We'll get to that later.
Even though I'm pretty sure nearly everybody in that company that is booking now was there beforehand. It's just as a new creative head. It's clearly not going to be fixed. So then we get a 4-way with Marche Roquette, Caleb Conley, DJZ, and Braxton Sutter. Which Braxton wins.
Sutter wins with the pepper shaker, the Golden Gate swing on Marche Roquette. And then Laurel came out.
Yeah, Laurel came out and had a shout at Ali.
Yep.
Fucking stupid. So now it's time for Casey Quinn to show up. Who apparently is local wrestler Brandy Lawrence. I'm guessing she must be from one of the... I don't want to say I believe in wrestling, but she must be from one of the Florida indies.
I mean, she does... I've seen her on Shine cards before. So
she's going to be taking on Brandy Rhodes.
This was a line that I actually laughed at.
But Cody comes in and offers Casey $45, which is apparently $20 more than she get paid to leave.
I laughed when I heard that because I was like, "Oh, that's a shoot on indie wrestling promoters."
The thing is, I wouldn't be surprised, considering how we knew that TNA paid people in food stamps.
Yeah,
I'm
another
pretty
thing.
sure
Indie
that's how much
promoters
they
do.
probably actually paid her. Because she was being booked as a jobber. So Cody notes that Moose says he's in Japan, but Cody is Japan. Fuck? How the fuck is Cody 4 islands? Seriously. And challenges Moose. Note, he ain't fucking here. How the fuck can you face him? So brilliant. Your title holder ain't going to be on the show for a fucking month. Where's the 30-day rule? Seriously. And of course, then Rosemary comes out and attacks Casey Quinn for no reason. Because Rosemary gets to do fuck all. That's what we've established. And she went there to be a wrestler, and now she's just doing fuck all.
That's not necessarily true.
And now it's time for a fucking podcast.
Yep.
I don't even listen to this fucking podcast. How the hell do they think people that listen to the podcast will watch Impact now? No. That ain't how it works. Especially from what I can tell and from what Dave seems to be hinting at, he isn't even playing a real person in the podcast. That's a worry to me. You know, podcasts I like because they're more often factual. Unless it's like a specific sort of drama thing. So you're presenting it as if it's a real thing, but in actual fact, we don't know what sort of thing you're doing. Half the shit you could be saying could be fake just because you want listeners and you want people to listen to your show. And let's just have him hijack the fucking show with a bloody podcast segment. So Pritchard says that was an Impact with Hope a few years ago. When? When has that show ever had hope? Seriously. Even in its best days of 2007, it looked shit. So yeah, TNA is officially dead. Impact Wrestling is the only name the company goes by from this point forward. Wait for everybody to chant TNA when they do another live show. And it's like, well done.
Like the people in the crowd chanting delete during the show.
Oh, that's even fucking better.
It was two guys that were behind me, and they're the only ones that were doing it, and everybody else was kind of like sitting there on their hands when they were doing it.
Oh, okay. No, two idiots.
Yes, indeed.
What the fuck they chant now then? Impact.
They were chanting TNA, and then I guess it's like the only thing I can think of is just chant Impact Wrestling. Clap, 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 clap.
That's too many fucking syllables.
Impact, impact, impact.
Yeah.
That somewhat works.
Yeah. It also sounds stupid, so it works to me as well. Yeah. I know you don't like the TNA identity, but you've had it for 12 years. Yeah. Why the fuck do you think they still chant ECW, even though it was a failed promotion that had its glory days? Because people will still chant TNA. I can't wait for Slammiversary in June.
I can't either, but we'll get to that later.
Because it will. And the new owners apparently looked for people who've achieved greatness in the past, and Bruce has been there for it all. Are you fucking kidding me? He was the one that was behind the thing that killed that company at least for 6 months and made a star of Joey Ryan, who milked it so much he's making more money off YouPorn than he ever did off you fuckers. I don't even know if YouPorn even sponsor his Plex anymore. Who knows? Bruce knows how to make wrestling great. No, you don't. You're a brother love. Fuck. He knows how to make an impact. So, you know, we've got to bring the face of the company out, and brings out Bobby Lashley. So, is he fucking heel? Is he face?
He doesn't have an affiliation.
Well, clearly he's heel because he said that the face of the company's Bobby Lashley.
Well, he's the world champion, so why wouldn't he be the face of the company? This isn't the WWE.
I don't think of Bobby Lashley when I think of Impact at all. I think of talented people. They can do MMA at the same fucking time. Oh, of course, they play up the fact that Lashley was chosen by Donald Trump. As if Donald Trump knows anything about fucking wrestling. Hell, he didn't even host WrestleMania. He just paid for the fucking thing. And Pritchard says, I don't know if anybody on the roster can beat him. Which, as soon as I read that, even without seeing anything, I was like, okay, here comes somebody from WWE.
Oh, yeah.
Cue, and this is the best bit, because they fucked it up.
Yep.
Alberto De Petron.
Yes, indeed.
So I guess he was like, you know, how about me? So then EC3 shows up and says Alberto needs to earn his shot. And EC3's carried the company for years on his perfectly symmetrical back. See, that's fair. That's the first thing I've heard where it's like, I actually agree. And Lashley's like, you've lost to me already, so you won't get a shot. It'll be me versus Alberta. So next, Dutch Mantel comes out on a fucking mobility scooter. So we're actually stealing his fucking gimmick from WWE even more so. He can't just come out and walk out. He has to come out on a fucking scooter because then people will remember him. Christ. Bloody Dutch says, I'm here because 8 years ago TNA was great. Hang on. 2009. TNA was great in 2000. That's when the fucking start of Hogan and Bischoff happened. How is that considered, you know? And of course, the tagline is we're going to make Impact great again. Well, you've just alienated possibly half of your bloody fan base already by using slogans from a very divisive president. And then talks about AJ Styles and Samoa Joe and Sting and Kurt Angle and Bobby Roode and Christian and Kevin Nash and how they used to be in the company but all left because of a lack of leadership, vision, and respect. Really? I mean, AJ, yes. Joe, yes. Sting, they ran out of money. Angle, WWE gave him more money. Bobby Roode, yes. Christian just used it as a bloody chance to actually get a shot in WWE again. And you know, I'm pretty sure Kevin Nash left because he tore another fucking quad. But the biggest issue was that the fans left. He wants to bring the fans back and is only here to give advice, but answers to his boss, and the boss is the fans. And this incarnation is going to be given back to the fans. What? Like fan voting? Yeah, fuck. We'll get to that shit. And then wants everybody to stand and say, we the people will make Impact great. Did he just fucking do that because Jack Swagger left the company because he thinks he's going to be an Impact in a month?
Hasn't officially left the company yet.
Trust me, as soon as he is, he's going to be in TNA. We've already established that shit.
Okay, fine. If you want to go into that, we'll go into that real quick. He has not been granted his release yet. When he is granted his release, he's under a 90-day no-compete. And when he was on Chael's podcast, he said that the release is an ongoing process. And Swagger was booked for a Norwich, UK show for WAW on March 10th, but he has now been replaced by Chris Mordetsky. And Mordetsky will be facing Alberto Del Rio instead.
Oh, look. That tells you he's at fucking Impact when he's available.
Well, yeah, of course.
They replaced him with an Impact guy.
Yep.
For fuck's sake. Yeah. The only reason I can't class Derek Bateman / EC3 as a WWE talent is because he never really made it big.
They never gave him a chance.
He was the developmental that got away. Practically everybody else in that company isn't. You know, Cody, Alberto, Lashley, Storm to some extent because of bloody NXT. Think what would have happened if he'd have fucking stayed with the quality of the talent that they've got now on that, you know, roster. Christ. So now it's time for more debuts, more bloody cross promotion. Because from the Crash, we've got Laredo Kid and Garza Jr. taking on Eli Drake and Tyrus. So considering, you know, we've got Crash people, as in Mexicans, we get some lucha high flying from the guys. Which against the team of Eli Drake and Tyrus doesn't make any sense. Basically, it's two luchas versus a fat fuck and a wrestler. Tyrus is another one. And Eli Drake is former WWE, wasn't he?
Yeah, Sean Ricker.
Yeah, NXT. how much potential he had. He's the opposite of Bateman, though. He's got worse since he's been in Impact. And so then we get Rachel Ellering versus Sienna.
Garza wins with a roll up. I'm not going to let you miss the finishes.
I ain't got details about the finishes. I just know that they won.
Drake got rolled up.
I want to get to the bit where I'm pissed because bloody, you'd have thought her dad might have put in a good word for her. But Rachel Ellering and Sienna are good fucking wrestlers, so you know. If Sienna was stupid enough to agree to sign with Impact, then we might as well let Rachel Ellering go there. And Sienna got the win. I'm guessing with the AK.
Silencer.
Oh, okay.
Go with silencer.
The AK-47 needs to be used more.
It's being used later on in the tapings. Don't worry.
The thing is, I'm looking at this and I've just realised who the fuck is sat with SoCal Val from this shot. It's fucking Apter.
Yep.
Where were they sat? Because it looks like they're sat in front of nothing.
Yeah, that's not a camera side. That's by ringside, but it's never on camera.
All right.
That's where friends and family sit, and occasionally Universal Orlando team members. They're the technical first people that enter the Impact Zone.
Rockstar Spud shows up because he can't do anything. Because I thought the reason was that he's not signed. But from the notes that I have, apparently Aaron Rex was shooting a movie.
I have it on good authority that he was doing something else, so yeah.
Oh, okay. So the report.
No. He was.
Okay, he might have been doing a movie. It's just you're saying he was doing something else.
No,
okay.
He was doing a movie. I had to look at the other person. Yeah, he was one. That was one of the reasons why he wasn't at the show. And Spud did ring announcing for a lot of the show too.
Oh, so July the 2nd is Slammiversary.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Don't worry.
I'm trying to work out if that means it clashes with major stuff.
I hope not, because I'll be there.
When's the UFC show? Oh, it's the week after. It might be all right then. Oh, there's a New Japan show, so fuck it. Oh wait, that means they're doing a show head to head with the second night of the New Japan show in California. I know what's going to get more views. Hate to say it, Owen. I know what's going to get more views. Ouch. God, if New Japan could say, if New Japan had that enough balls to say, we're going on pay-per-view, I think there'd be a lot of providers that may not even bother with TNA, which is a sad state of affairs. That's, of course, if it's on pay-per-view. I mean, it makes sense because July the 2nd is a Sunday, so who knows? So the main event was Alberto El Patron. They got his name right this time. And Dusty Rhodes is alive and well, apparently. Owen?
Yeah. This was an interesting match. Several ref bumps. And basically Lashley tried to win it with a belt shot. Patron got the belt anyway. He used the belt shot anyway and won the title. He celebrated. Bruce Pritchard came out. I thought I saw Scott D'Amore out. A bunch of officials were out, basically jawing with everybody, trying to figure out what exactly happened. So we were left with the title. But the thing about it is you knew right then and there, and I even said on Twitter that it seemed like something was up and we'd find out more tomorrow, and we certainly did.
Then we had the announcement that Santana and Leva Bates would be showing up. I don't know, on a permanent basis or temporary.
Temporary.
So then Cody attacks Moose with a chair on the way to the ring for his match with Eli Drake. So why the fuck is he in Japan?
This is the next month. This is the next week.
Okay.
They shot all of Cody's stuff because of his busy weekend, and that's all they had him for, was for one night. And I thought they did the same with Patron, but he ended up coming back. So,
yeah, let's see how long. Who's going to be the next Josh Barnett?
Well, I know the next MMA fighter that may show up because I saw him actually in the crowd, but I don't know if that means anything.
Please do not say Riddle.
No. I'll get to him. I do have something to say about him. It is someone who's fought for the UFC, for Pride, Strikeforce, Elite XC, Dream, Cage Rage, ONE FC, and that's Phil Baroni, the New York Badass.
Am I supposed to know who that is?
And I didn't know who it was either. But I don't watch UFC, so I don't watch mixed martial arts, so I wouldn't know this person.
I watch UFC and I have no clue who the fuck he is. God. So Eli Drake versus Moose doesn't happen because of the Cody beatdown. So then we get an explosion 6-way with Trevor Lee.
He hit Crossroads on the stage. I can't let that go either because that was cool.
So Trevor Lee won the 6-way over Caleb Conley, Marsha Raquette, Andrew Everett, DJZ, and Idris Abraham. Then we get Angel Rose versus Angelina Love.
Everett won with a shooting star on Caleb Conley.
For some reason, Angelina Love and Davey Richards are the natural born killers now.
Yeah, they're doing.
You are not Woody fucking Harrelson.
No, Davey Richards is now Edward Cullen.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
All they do is make out. They're basically doing what Kevin Thorne did with Shelly Martinez back in the day.
God. Oh, yeah. Look who creative is. Dutch Mantel. The guy who fucking wrote the shit.
Angelina wins with a forearm. I guess she's using the forearm now as a finish.
And then, because, we need to film it because they're going to be fucking disappearing.
Yes.
Cody versus Moose for the grand title.
This will air on March 23rd.
Somehow, Cody fucking took out a judge.
He super kicked a ringside judge after the first round. And that brought out Bruce Pritchard to replace him.
So the first round went to Moose, the second round went to Cody. But then interestingly, after that second round, Brandy walks out on Cody.
Right.
And then from what I can tell, it was like last time's, it went to split decision, like this past week. And Moose retains.
That was day one.
So now I need to go to your Twitter. Why is I can't believe why that. I just searched one Twitter thing, and for some reason it's top of my list. Hashtag Batista did nothing wrong. Hi, hi, Total Biscuit. Right, that's. Jeez, when do your tweets end?
They don't.
They don't. They don't.
That's why I copied them all into a notepad and I have them here.
Christ. I didn't have that.
So
I did have that capability, but fucking lazy, son. There we go, night 2.
so
I'm there.
Friday, night 2.
So we're opening up with the announcement of the world title situation.
Yes.
And that the title's in abeyance.
Yep.
Yay! The greatest Impact champion of them all is the one where nobody's champ.
And it's funny because JB even said that the title was Del Rio was giving it back. So he gave the title back to Lashley, but they said the title was vacant. And then when we went to television, they said that the title was just given back to Lashley because of the Dusty finish.
Okay. So we're starting off with ODB. Hang on, I need to step away from the mic. 1, because I need to get dinner, and 2, because I need to go. Fucking Rebel!
Yeah, and she is more country than she's ever been in forever.
Oh, no. I've just
Her-
realized I
she's
can't go because I need to fucking run.
There's this restaurant that is kind of like a female version of Hooters called Twin Peaks. Rebel would be perfect for Twin Peaks.
No! Rebel would not be good for Twin Peaks. I do not want any restaurant to be associated with a fucking television series. Thank you.
That's not what the peaks are. Yeah, yay.
I don't
Wrestling.
fucking care.
So they did a gimmick with Earl a long time ago with Madison Rayne, how no matter what happened in the match, he ended up making out with Madison Rayne. Lucky guy. But the thing is, this time Earl brought
What?
I was always a fan of Madison Rayne.
Hang on, who's making out with Madison Rayne?
Earl did.
I thought he made out with Rebel.
This was a gimmick that Earl used to do, and they're going to go back to it with Rebel.
It didn't work the first fucking. Oh, I'm getting a dinner.
Good. Go away.
Entertain viewers.
I'm trying. Now the angry segment is over for the time being. Earl kissed both women at one point, and he even wore Rebel's hat. ODB goes over with a bam. Alberto El Patron comes out. He says, it's good to be somewhere where I can be who I am and say what I want to say. I beat Lashley last night, but if it wasn't for some BS referee, he'd be your champion. He calls Lashley out. If you have the cojones, and EC3 comes out. He's like, we should fight to determine the next number 1 contender. And Alberto's like, I want Lashley. And I was promised a rematch. EC3 goes off on him. Patron says he's here for the champion, not the bitch. And they brawled. The officials came out, separated them. And, of course, the match was made for later on in the night. X Division champion Trevor Lee comes out with Gregory Shane Helms. He is in a 4-way with Andrew Everett, Braxton Sutter, with Ali, and Suicide, who was Caleb Conley under the mask.
Yeah, Caleb was suicidal fucking week. Okay.
Anyway, title, of course, is retained. Laurel comes through the crowd. She argues with Ali. This distracts Braxton. He gets hit with a leaping knee strike from Trevor Lee, and the match is over. Sienna comes out and says, you know what? Here's a warning. All Romeo and Juliet stories don't have happy endings.
No, they don't. Have you not seen Romeo and Juliet? Great.
I have. Very impactful film. Anyway, we don't want to talk about that on live broadcast. Anyway, Bruce Pritchard comes out. They're going to be new Impact World Tag Team Champions crowned.
What a fucking surprise.
Yeah. Here comes Decay. They rescued the titles from time and space. And they want the championships. Here comes Reno Scum. And then for some reason, Garza Jr. and Laredo Kid come out. All three brawl. The Decay gets rid of everybody. And the next thing you know, lights go out, sirens, the lights are going all over the place, and out of nowhere, LAX hit the ring. Crowd goes nuts for it. Homicide hits the Gringo Killer on Crazy Steve. They take out, excuse me, they take out Rosemary with a modified 3D. And LAX, for this version, Conan, Angel Rose, which is now Diamante, and Mike Drastic and Angel Ortiz, EYFBO. They bury Decay under the Puerto Rican flags with a huge reaction. X is back, obviously. No Hernandez for good reason.
Puerto Rican?
Yeah.
I thought it's LAX.
Latin American exchange.
Puerto Rico isn't Latin. It's America.
It's Latin America.
Do I need to get Lin-Manuel Miranda again?
No, God, no. I don't want to deal with that right now. Davey Richards comes out with Angelina Love. He gets a one-on-one match against Suicide. He wins with Shining Wizard. Making out continues.
What?
Then we get
Why Suicide? What?
I'll get to.
I mean, I have no offense to Caleb Connolly, but why does he have to be? Why is Suicide back?
Suicide's character was added to give the X Division some more depth. A familiar character seeming like a safe bet to add to the division.
How is he fucking familiar? The last time we saw him, he was manic.
I'm just going with what was said. There's some things that were said by this website called Fightful.com, and we'll get to that a little bit later tonight.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. We might as well save that for after we get to this because it sort of rounds it up. So
after this tapings, I will. So then we get Idris Abraham teaming up with Falaba and Mario Bakawa. So Mario Bakawa, God, I can't say his name. Mario Baccara and Falaba are from WrestlePro. Also work GFW. They're from the Monster Factory. And they face off against Laredo Kid, Garza Jr., an Indian Trick Nasty himself, Mahabali Shera. I was hoping that he was not coming back. Everyone knows
Shera
my opinion
won
on Shera.
Shera won. What the fuck?
He won with the Sky High on Mario Baccara. We get a tag match, Reno Scum against Decay. So Crazy Steve accidentally gets misted by Rosemary. And like I said, their tag team finish. After Rosemary ends up getting pressed by Luster onto Abyss on the floor, this leads to Crazy Steve eating the double stomp from the curb stomp position from Adam Thornstowe for the very big upset victory.
Again.
EYFBO faced with Kings. Kingston accidentally spit twice thanks to the DCC. We got an explosion match. Richards defeating MJ Jenkins. Think Naomi, but green. Best way to describe MJ. I would say it's Naomi with Cameron's moveset, but a little bit more athletic. She's very slow and methodical. Like, she hit the slowest handspring back elbow I've ever seen in my entire life. Forearm. Lashley comes out, faces Jake Holmes, beats him with a murder, death, kill spear.
Why is Lashley facing one of the LAX?
Not.
He is. Jake Holmes.
Oh, God.
It's
That's
Jake
not
Holmes.
right. Oh, that's so wrong. Oh, my God.
I've played too much San Andreas over my life. I blame you, fucking Clifton Collins, for being Cesar Villapando.
The big return that was going to shock the world ends up being the return of Karen Jarrett. She's blonde now. It's a huge welcome back chant from the crowd. Now, he says, I'm the only true original star of this company left. Your top man is reporting for duty, and together we'll make Impact great. Line that I know a lot of people are probably going to forget, but it keeps ringing in the back of my head that this is leading to EC3 turning heel. I'm not doing it for your last name. I'm doing it for mine. Josh interrupts. Says him and Madison. Oh, dear God. Him and Madison are one of the best things in Impact. One of my favorite lines I've ever heard anybody say, you guys only come here for free because you can't afford a ticket to NXT. Yeah. No comment. He gets up in Karen's face. He gets slapped for his troubles. Josh remains in the ring.
Well,
Madison checks.
Let's get it right. You can't. People can afford a ticket to NXT.
Right.
It's the fucking scalpers.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure for the majority of these NXT, and then the irony of that, of course, is not aiding his argument. Tickets still haven't sold out for NXT.
Which means I still have a chance to go.
Yeah.
May look into that. I probably will, actually, if I don't have to work. So, Madison checks on Josh. She gets on the mic and tells the crowd, I can't believe you told the smelly Impact fans that we're married. And then they leave. So we get what at the time made no sense and felt completely out of place, a one-night only taping. And Ness, who's wearing gear now, by the way, and not selling any drunkenness.
Because it's on a show which is not going to be airing until probably like February next year.
April, actually. So her opponent was hurt in the locker room. We'll get to that. And Earl starts the count. Here comes Rachel Ellering. She's got her shoulder taped up. They have a short match. Laurel goes over with the blackout Rollins style, which is weird because she uses the regular curb stomp, so she's using the Rollins version of the blackout, which is interesting. I said at the like I said, it was the only one that made no sense at the time, but that's because it was taped for the show that would air tomorrow.
We now know who Seth Rollins was sending the dick pics to.
It makes sense. Anyway, semi-main event, solid match. Rosemary successfully defends the Knockouts Championship against Santana Garrett. Really good stuff here.
Why would she come back after the treatment he got?
It's all about money, I guess.
I wouldn't have thought Santana would have needed it.
Well, maybe she just wanted to work.
Did Stardom not, want her?
I mean, like I said, maybe she just wanted to work.
That isn't a good enough excuse.
Works for me. Now, main event time. Well, I was not sitting close to him when this match happened, so I don't know. Alberto El Patron defeated EC3. So EC3 gets two versions of the TK3, grabs a steel chair, he drops it. Patron hits the divorce court, the grounded side kick, and EC3 taps to the Rompe Destinos, which is the cross arm breaker. Patron gets on the mic, he says, you can't leave until I pay you the respect you deserve as a competitor. I face the most dangerous opponent. then he leaves.
Yeah, that's really good.
I can 100% assure you Saraya was there because I know people that saw her peeking through the curtain during this promo.
Just in case you're fucking confused, by Saraya, he means Paige. Yeah, I wasn't going to say Paige. I was going to say Saraya's daughter, Saraya. But then that gets confusing.
Yeah, Paige and Rosemary is going to be an amazing match when it happens in Impact. So, we get 2 tapings on Saturday. One is a matinee taping, which is taping one night only, Victory Road to the Knockouts. JB comes
Basically,
out.
because they could only get Rachel Ellering for that night because she was booked for some show on Saturday. I can't remember which.
Fair point. So he's going to introduce everybody. There's 16 competitors, 8 matches, 8 knockouts, and 8 outsiders. He brings out Gail Kim.
Kevin Nash?
Casey. Oh, God.
Casey Quinn. Outsiders. I'm getting confused.
Casey Quinn comes out first. A Jay Lethal trainee from Buffalo. Raised in Buffalo. She'll be facing Angelina Love. Leva Bates, wearing a Catholic schoolgirl's outfit, looking like a Harajuku girl.
Fucking Momo-kun! Momo-kun! Danganronpa, bitches!
Carrying a black and white stuffed bear.
Momo-kun! That's why I'm chanting it. It's the black and white bear from Danganronpa. Momo-kun!
She likes high energy drinks and wants to bring the fun to Impact. Talking about being a geek and everything.
Join the woman that perhaps she should join the man that trained her in Ring of Honor then.
And her opponent's going to be out. Her opponent's going to be Allie, which is a very interesting.
That's very fair. Cherry Bomb and Leva Bates is a good one.
With both his baby faces, it's very interesting because that would give both of them, who should have been in the finals, one that was only going to make it. We get Amanda Carolina Rodriguez. She says she's going to dominate. She's going to be here for all the glory. She faces off against Diamante from LAX. MJ Jenkins took a 22-hour bus.
Let's have the 2 Mexican-looking ones face each other. Okay.
MJ Jenkins took a 22-hour bus ride to get here. She's going to face off against the Knockouts champion, Rosemary.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. And Alicia, of course, Eddie Edwards' wife, like Alexa Bliss now, gear and everything, said she's going to get down and dirty because she's from Boston. She's facing off against Sienna.
How is Alicia an outsider?
According to this, she is.
I know.
Santana Garrett is going to face Brandy Rhodes. Comes out and says she's wild. She does what she wants. Bring in that country sass, country class, and she's ready to kick some ass. God dang, that's horrible. Facing ODB, of course, because we had to be subjected to that again.
Then they do the whole gimmick to explain the match that was taped the other night.
Correct. If the match is in jeopardy because Rachel was attacked, which is the match that we taped previous night.
I'm trying to have a quick look through the bloody stuff that happened this weekend as to where she was booked.
So
Rockstar booked Shakara.
Rockstar Spud's ring announcer. JB announced this show is going to take place in April. We have Angelina Love with Davey Richards over Casey Quinn.
Oh, there we go. Rachel Ellering was in the main event of the Beyond Wrestling women's wrestling show on Saturday, so that's why she wasn't there.
So Davey tried to get in the ring. Casey kicked the ropes, it crotches him, and of course, this distracted her long enough to get hit with a forearm by Angelina. in probably one of the greatest babyface versus babyface matches in the history of ever. Leva Bates faced Allie. So they played Stifler. They played Stifler in the middle for a while with the Bear. They shook hands. They hugged. Face versus face match. Crowd was into both women like they should be in every way possible. Sienna comes out, sucker punches Allie, and with the referee's distraction, Leva rolls her up, and after the match, Allie and Leva hug. Ashley, if there was still a Knockouts tag team division, I would want these two to team up.
Yeah.
So we get Diamante with Homicide and Conan at ringside, defeating Amanda Carolina Rodriguez with the code red. If you see the results, you'll notice that Diamante went for a tope suicida and caught her foot on the top rope, and she crashed and burned hard. Luckily, she continued the match.
Christ. Also, I love the fact that Angel Rose is just stealing fucking Evalise's gimmick.
Well, it's funny because Diamante is actually another name of somebody that Angel Rose has worked before.
Oh, great! We're stealing gimmicks now, are we, Impact? You fucks!
Spud's voice, I thought her name was Cia Montez the whole time, but then I had it proven it was Diamante.
That's the Birmingham accent for you.
I know.
The Birmingham. Oh, Cia Montez!
Anyway, Rosemary with Crazy Steve, proving once and foremost, if you're listening to this and you're a fan of the other content on the network, you'll know what I mean when I say this. They are the Jack and Chance of Impact Wrestling in every way possible. And happy birthday, Crazy Steve. He actually got a happy birthday chant during this match.
TNA.
Rosemary beat MJ Jenkins after a roll-up. Steve basically got on the mic and said, you can fight or you could just join us. And MJ says, I ride solo and with the fans. So, okay, reasons. She refuses to join.
And when she said, I go with the fans went,
no!
There's just like one person just went, just politely clapped, and everybody else just went, I'm looking on my fucking phone. What the fuck?
Like the UCF crowd for NXT tonight. Anyway.
Yeah. This is what happens with Florida now. You got too much wrestling that you're just going, don't want to watch any fucking wrestling anymore.
Steve with the mist in MJ's face, Rosemary with the roll up. MJ botched a springboard, looked nasty. Botched a flying guillotine, looked nasty. Like I said, she's really green. Alicia defeated Sienna with a backslide with Allie distraction when she had her up for the AK-47. Santana Garrett won a short match with a Shining Star press over Brandy Rhodes. Good stuff. Nice to see.
So, the new talent that we signed, you've buried.
Good back and forth match. It was nice to see a couple members of the I Believe in Wrestling locker room watching this match, making sure that these two who have been working together at the Team Vision Dojo made sure the match would actually be a lot better. ODB over Rebel with the BAM. Pretty much the same thing, same discussion as last time, but this time Earl was about to get slapped. It was ducked. The BAM connected, and that's the end of that. We did 2 matches for Explosion to end the show. Garza Jr. over Mario Baccara with the middle rope moonsault. Garza really badly mistimed 2 leapfrog attempts, and it looked bad. Hopefully those are edited out because they look terrible. So Adam Thornstowe defeats Bram with a small package, reversing the brighter side of suffering. Kingston attacks Adam. Here comes Luster to make the save, taking out the DCC. Not only, I'm sure you love that, because the DCC got basically taken out 1-on-2.
Christ. Yeah, but they stuck it on fucking Explosion.
Right.
which I don't know how many people even have the capability of fucking watching.
Main event time, Leva Bates, Santana Garrett, ODB, and Alicia defeated Angelina Love, Laurel Van Ness, Rosemary, and Diamante. So Leva and Laurel were basically beating, well, they were fighting over the bear, and then Laurel grabbed the bear and starts beating Leva with it. And Crazy Steve tries to get involved. He gets tossed out. And Diamante yells at Rose something in Spanish to Rosemary, and she goes, no one knows what you're saying. Crowd laughs at that. ODB hit a quadruple avalanche in the corner, or a boobalanche, I guess you would say in this case, and then the Bronco Buster on all of them. Alicia won with the swing reverse STO. Think Sister Abigail if you want an idea.
Right, Case of Looper? What?
Anyway.
So all I heard was a quad loop or something, like Case of Looper.
Quadruple. Eddie Edwards comes out afterwards, and he makes, I guess it's announced that he is Alicia's husband. She worked really hard to get this, and someone in the back noticed too. Here comes Karen out to the ring. You know what? It's time for change, and I'm not waiting. Here's your new Impact Wrestling contract. So let's go to the evening, shall we?
That contract doesn't exist. So we've got more explosion. More explosion with the DCC. Brilliant.
Yeah, Reno Scum defeating Bram and Kingston. Luster pinned Kingston while Thornstowe held Bram from breaking up the pin. Karen comes out to open Impact, talks about Maria having a nervous breakdown causing her to leave the company.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, what a great way to write that off. Just like, oh yeah, she just... How many of these fucking talents are being treated like fucking Poochie in that episode of The Simpsons? I'm sorry. I have to go now. My planet needs me. Like,
Poochie died on the way to the planet.
Yeah.
Of course.
Christ.
I see that. Welcome, Will, to chat. So she says, I'm not going to tolerate bullying in my locker room. Calls out Sienna. I haven't heard one positive thing about you. From the backstage to the boys. I won't tolerate bullying in my house. Last time I checked, Soundstage 21 belongs to the Horror Nights fans. Anyway.
Wrong fucking soundstage.
Allie is blamed for this. Sienna's like, I got here on my merits and my class, not because of who I married. Karen's like, I'm going to give you 15 seconds to apologize to me. And here comes Kevin Matthews. He says, Sienna's my cousin. He's now KM. You have 15.
Hang on. So we're making out that, like, the cousins love each other. Oh my god. Why isn't Rebel
No, it's
Kevin?
No. It's not Paul and Katie Lee Burchell, okay? That's not the storyline.
Yes, it is. I tell you, it'll be that on the next tape.
At any rate, he's like, you have 15 seconds to apologize to Sienna and my family. He starts counting down. Here comes Braxton and Allie. Braxton clears KM out of the ring, so Karen makes the match for later. We go back to Explosion. Laurel Van Ness is back in the wedding dress, still has a champagne bottle. She faces MJ Jenkins because I needed that in my life. She was drunk the entire match. She hit on Earl numerous times. Earl kind of was like, nah, I don't want anything to do with you. Laurel with the champagne mist. Pull up for the win.
Can everybody stop doing fucking mist gimmicks?
Okay, hold on. Here, that's interesting you mentioned that. And anybody that's ever going to a TNA show in their life will know exactly what I mean when I say this. And there is a mist of some sort or a water effect in any segment. They bring out 5 guys to towel off the ring. And it happens every single time.
5 guys.
Oh, God. Andrew Everett defeated DJZ. He reversed the ZDT into a small package. Here comes Gregory Helms and Trevor Lee out. They said winning is something Everett isn't used to. It's going to take a whole lot more than one win to get a title shot. But you know what? Next week, an opportunity will be yours. That's Impact.
Is that with A. Brian Kendrick?
Oh, dear God. Rosemary. Who's left to defeat? Rosemary's took care of everybody. The rest should just accept their inevitable decay. Here comes ODB. She toasts to her. She says, I'm going to soon become the 5-time knocked up champ. Rosemary disagrees. She says bye-bye. Here comes the Knockouts locker room, which is basically, in this case, Madison Rain, MJ Jenkins, Diamante, Rebel, Amanda, Carolina Rodriguez, Brandy Rhodes, and Casey Quinn. Everybody brawls. ODB and Rosemary fight to the back. Madison hides by Josh. Out for a promo in a suit. He's apologizing to Karen for losing his cool. He looks forward to making Impact great. He wasn't happy with the man he was becoming. Impact is changing, and so should he. He needs to be the real EC3. He's not going to rest until he's an EC 3-time world champion. Here comes James Storm. Wearing the DCC black and white, but he's still acting like the cowboy. Storm's like, you didn't mention my name. I want to know why. And Ethan's like, you're not a multiple time champion, so I didn't mention you. James Storm talks about building Impact, being on the first pay-per-view, talking about America's Most Wanted beer money. And every single time he asks where EC3 was when these accolades were being had. And he says, when this was done, I was drinking beer and spending money. And Storm liked that, of course. They both want to be champion. Ethan respects him, but this is a decision that should be decided by the fans. James, it may be your last call, but these people are going to make the right one. So we get KM and Sienna against Braxton Sutter with Allie. Sienna grabs Allie. This distracts Braxton.
You didn't mention the Knockout Battle Royal bit.
Because I'm getting to it. They mentioned basically...
It was, there's some sort of piece of paper.
Yeah, basically, she brings out a piece of paper, and it basically says there's going to be a knockout gauntlet to determine the #1 contender to Rosemary.
Bet it was Jeff's piece of paper with my fucking gold.
And finishes Braxton with a powerbomb to the lung blower. So Allie and Sienna brawl. And then the heels powder. Laurel Van Ness comes out. She's yelling at both of them. That's how the segment ends.
No, she fucking does.
That's it. She's drunkenly yelling at them.
I do that every fucking week for this show, and I'm not even fucking drunk.
This is true. Garza Jr. and Laredo Kid versus Reno Scum versus Decay versus EYFBO. Buster off the top with Drastic going for the sit-out powerbomb on Laredo Kid. LAX win the tag belts. Eli Drake had Tyrus in his corner, defeated Caleb Conley with the gravy train after the superplex and Tyrus' interference. So Josh and JB go at it on the mic again. JB says, tonight's going to be the night I knock your ass out. Bruce Pritchard comes out. It's like, it's time for something to wrestle. You're not comparable to Bob Ross, much less Jim Ross. Bruce is like, I'm sick of this. I've had enough. I'm done with this bickering. And Josh takes his jacket off, and he's like, put your damn jacket back on. Next week, both men are going to pick a team. It's going to be Josh's team versus Borash's team to find out who knows what they're talking about. That was the words. May the better man win. Bruce tells them to shake hands. They do begrudgingly. They flip each other off. Knockouts Gauntlet's up next. Casey Quinn comes out. Then Madison Rain. Josh is applauding her at ringside. Then Rebel and Rodriguez. It's 2-on-2. MJ Jenkins comes out at 5. Madison is doing the Jerry Lawler tactic of staying away from absolutely everyone. At 6, Madison's hugging the buckle and basically crawling on the ropes like the Ultimate X match, but she's doing it with the bottom rope. She's basically guiding herself around the rope. It's like a ropes course. So ODB comes out. Rebel takes out Rodriguez.
What
she hits
the fuck? Rebel eliminates ACR.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Fuck off, Dutch.
ODB hits the Boobalanche again, then the Bronco Buster on everyone, takes out Casey Quinn. Brandy Rhodes is the last participant. She tosses Diamante, and MJ dumps Rebel. Final four, MJ gets tossed by ODB and Brandy. Madison eliminates Brandy. Madison mocks ODB, and she gets hit with a BAM and pinned. Madison, being pinned, is now making ODB the #1 contender to the Knockouts Championship. Long Necks and Rednecks plays. Here comes the cowboy, James Storm. He's drinking a beer, having a little fun with a cold one in his hands. The old owner said there was no room for a beer-drinking redneck in this company. Storm's that guy, and damn proud of it, too. He's going to do whatever it takes to become world champion again. And he says, sorry about your... He gets cut off by the DCC. Here comes Bram holding a chair.
I'm pretty sure Dixie only wanted bloody him to be, you know, a long neck and redneck or whatever.
Right.
So that's a lie. Anyway,
Kingston,
DCC.
Speaking of that, Kingston and Bram come out. Kingston calls Storm a liar. He takes the DCC mask off. He stomps it in the ground, takes off the jacket. He doesn't care about any of these people. He doesn't care about Storm's son. He calls him a carny liar. Made me laugh because most people didn't get that reference, especially that crowd. Storm brought Kingston to the company. They made the DCC. They would be the tag team champion. Storm would be the world champion. Kingston calls Storm a selfish little bitch. And Storm's like, if I wanted a bitch, I could have swiped left or right on Tinder. This makes Kingston spit in Storm's face. He gets caught with a right hand. Bram swings the chair, and Storm last calls it into the face. He says, sorry about your damn luck. Crowd goes nuts for it.
Let's be honest,
Nice.
just to rile them up even further, he shouldn't have said Tinder, he should have said Grinder.
That would have worked at the time. Impact semi-main event, Andrew Everett, Marche Rocket, and Suicide. Rocket gets hit with the shooting star press, match over. Main event time, last man standing, the battle of the former Wolves. Davey Richards with Angelina Love versus Eddie Edwards. Hit the bell. They fought in the crowd, they fought in the bleachers. Eddie missed a pescado using the guardrail, and he landed on a garbage can. Davey set up 2 chairs side by side, and Eddie powerbombed him through both of them. They set up a chair stack in the middle of the ring, and Davey superplexed on the pile. Here comes Alicia to ringside. Davey grabs a chain. He nails Eddie with it. I thought we'd see blood here, but we never did, weirdly enough. He hits it again. Angelina gets on the apron. They make out. Eddie fights back with chops. Davey starts choking with the chain. Eddie gets up at 9. He hits a release belly-to-belly in the corner, running chair shot in the corner 2 times, ties him to the tree of Joey Lawrence with 3 chairs on top of him, hits the hesitation drop kick onto Davey. Puts Davey's head in the chair, goes up top with a double boot stomp, and he hits it. Angelina attacks. Alicia takes her down and starts whipping Angelina on the outside with her white belt. He gets the upper hand. Davey hits a chair shot to Eddie as Angelina holds him around his boot, and he contemplates what he's going to do. And he thinks about it, and he thinks about it. Angelina's like, end this, and he looks at Eddie, and he seems like for a second, just for a split second, he's not going to do it. He can't do it. And then Angelina kisses him. And lust rules all. Because Davey round kicks with the chain, and Eddie Edwards can't answer the 10 count. Davey wins. Eddie gets helped to the back. Solid main event, honestly. I hope it comes off well on television and did live. That's how the show ends. But there was one last live moment for the live crowd that you'll never see on television.
Josh proving that, you know, he is better than $5 wrestling.
Yeah, he basically said he's going to do a one-man show at Universal on April 2nd. And he's like, no, I'm going to do it on April 1st and 2nd, the same day that Jim Ross is going to be at the Plaza live. Which that was heavily promoted during the show for some reason. Pope's like, I've had enough. All three of us need to get in the ring right now. Crowd chant, you're not tough enough. Josh's like, that was years ago. Pope says JB needs to get out of the ring. And Josh thinks, okay, fine. Pope's my boy. He's got my back. So JB gets out of the ring, and Pope lays out Josh with a right hand. Crowd go nuts for it. They start playing hanging tough. EC3 comes out. Josh is selling unconsciousness. And around ringside, they look for a Sharpie to draw on Josh's face because he has to sell unconsciousness. I believe David Sahadi comes in and he tries to wake them up. And he wakes Josh up. EC3 helps Josh to his feet. He hits a stunner. And then they pull Josh out of the ring. Live crowd went home very happy.
I'm pretty sure most of them would have fucking left.
Welcome, Noah. Welcome, Pedro, to chat. We're in the midst of the Impact Report.
Shows. Because I'm guessing that the one-man show is going head-to-head with Jim Ross, at least on the second.
No. It was a work. He just said that to get heat.
Oh. I'd go and say, where's Freight Train? Yeah.
Sunday, day 4. Yes, I went to this and missed the beginning of Fastlane. But I got back in time to watch an hour and a half of the show.
All right, just at this point, I saw your bloody... In between that, I just saw your tweet from Kevin about a cat not stopping him from winning at Mario Kart 8.
I know, it's great, isn't it? I had to.
I miss that.
Put that over.
I agree. I agree.
So we started off with Explosion, the DCC taking on Fall on Mario Baccara, Reno Scum, and Garza Jr. and Laredo Kid.
Shall we note that before it started, you saw a graphic that said Chris Adonis?
Yeah, I think I might have been the only one that saw this.
They ruined it.
No. Okay, when people were going into Soundstage 21, they basically normally show various things on the screen. And at one point, for a split second, I saw the words Chris Adonis. And I'm thinking, that's Master's name in Impact. It has to be. Because we know that he was going to be on the show. We just didn't know what his name was going to be. Because obviously he can't be Chris Masters. And I don't think he's going to be Chris Mordetsky. So they use Chris Adonis. And I'm thinking, so I tweeted it out immediately. I was like, yeah, Chris Adonis is probably Masters' new gimmick. Sure enough, we'll get to that. Incidentally, Garza won with the moonsault off the middle rope on Mario Baccara. Explosion match with Angelina and Laurel Van Ness taking on MJ Jenkins and ODB because I needed more. Apparently. Laurel plays drunk very well. She's very believable. Still wearing the wedding gown, champagne bottle. Tries to dance with Angelina Love. Tries to tag ODB. That doesn't work, obviously. Angelina slaps her outside the ring. ODB hits the bam. Laurel gets in after the match is over. She's got a champagne bottle. She chugs it. And she's celebrating with ODB and MJ. ODB drinks some champagne of her own, and that means Laurel grabs the flask, and she just can't handle it. She spits in the flask, spits in ODB's face, and kisses Earl Hebner. Very random.
What the fuck?
So the Josh and JB match is going to be 4-on-4. If Josh doesn't win, he'll leave the Impact announce table. So they put over an autograph party for the live crowd after the show. Josh cancels it. Here comes Chris Adonis. Yep. It is the former Chris Masters, Chris Mordetsky. He gets up in Josh's face. He's like, I'm sick of you complaining like a troll. It's a new era in Impact Wrestling. He says, I'm going to put you in the master lock, and we're going to party like it's 1999. He was wearing it. Contrary to popular belief, he was wearing his Pro Wrestling Tees Masters of the Universe shirt.
Oh, yeah, that'll be an interesting shirt when it airs on fucking television.
That wasn't for TV.
I don't care.
So we get Alberto. We get Alberto El Patron taking on the 2004 Gut Check winner, John Bolin. Who I saw walking around Plaza Universal mere hours before the show. Patron. I know. Patron puts Bolin in the tree of Joey Lawrence, hits the Warriors' way. Lashley does not. I want to answer the challenge. So we get the draft.
I'm dying. I'm actually dying.
If Josh wins, he proves his team is the best. If he loses, he's going to leave, and he's not lying about that. Bruce Pritchard, of course, is out to officiate. So they do a coin toss in the back, so Josh gets to pick the first person. He chooses Lashley. And he says that all the members of his team are going to wear the GOAT shirt. And they did later on. So JB picks Patron. Josh picks Bram. JB's like, I'm going to pick off the roster. And he brings out Chris Adonis, which is the first time you see Adonis on television. Josh picks Eli Drake. And Bruce gets up in Tyrus's face and says, it's just Eli Drake. It's not you. You're out here because, and then basically he's like, oh, wait a minute. Tyrus is my fourth guy. Then they go 4-on-3. So then they attack. Here comes Matt Morgan. Finally, after waiting all weekend for him to show up, he shows up on the last set of tapings. Morgan needs to wear gear because wearing jeans works about as well as it does for Nikki Bella. Not his fault, just ill-fitting gear. That's just how it works. It's just the size of his legs. I guess that's probably what made it impossible.
Yeah.
He gets the numbers game, and of course, the final participant of number 4, because Owen can't count, as you can see on Twitter. Yes. Heel team gets cleared from the ring. Baby faces stand tall. Impact match of Reno Scum versus Garza Jr. and Laredo Kid versus Decay. Interesting finish here. So Laredo Kid gets locked in the tree of Joey Lawrence. Luster does a crucifix release powerbomb on Garza Jr. into his partner. And then they hit the leapfrog double stomp from the curb stomp position for the 3 count. Falaba faces Mahabali Shera in an explosion match. Shera teases the body slam first time, of course. He can't do it. He finally hits it Lex Luger style, and then he hits the sky high, which is even more impressive. Falaba lays him out.
Go
ahead.
Oh, good. No, you finish off that. When you finish that, I'll come in.
Falaba finishes him off with a bonsai drop and makes me very happy.
Why do you call it the Tree of Joey Matthews?
Joey Lawrence.
Joey Lawrence. Whatever.
The Tree of Woe. Get it? Whoa. Come on.
I was going to say you should call it the Tree of Lucha Underground ladder match. Whoa!
God. Something to Wrestle's next with Bruce Pritchard to announce the number 1 contender. There was a fan vote. A fan vote that we had no idea about. So much so, we chanted, no, we didn't.
I just want the fan vote. I just want this fan vote to be hacked. Not in a CIA way or anything like that. That's the closest I'm getting to political anymore tonight. I just want it so when they actually do the vote, everybody votes for EC3.
With the crowd?
So when EC3 wins the vote, and all of a sudden James Storm doesn't, I want there to be hell and chaos going on in creative.
Well, first off, there was no vote, number 1. Number 2.
No. I'm honestly thinking they're going to do like a Twitter vote when it airs.
Probably.
And they were expecting Storm to win the Twitter vote. That's why I'm saying to everybody that can hear my voice, vote for EC3.
I will say right now,
when he wins and there's definitive fact that he's won on Twitter and they say that James Storm won, what the shit do they do then?
So anyway, EC3, if you would have judged by the crowd that was there on Sunday, a lot of the diehards weren't there. So EC3 probably would have won a fan vote.
Yeah.
So EC3 comes out to cut him off, and he says, read it again. I was praying to God they weren't going to make an Oscars joke. It would have pissed me off even more. Bruce is like, it's James Storm. He's like, the system is rigged. Bruce is like, the decision should be in the hands of the people. Bruce is like, you need to look in the mirror. You need to ask yourself, just what happened to EC3? And then about you losing Alberto El Patron, and how you lost to him. You didn't just lose, you tapped out. Did I tap out in a match, or did I tap out on myself? Nice Stuart Smalley moment, brother love. Ethan thanks him in a very evil way. He basically says he'll do what it takes to get to that level again. Immediately, I'm thinking EC3 is going to help Josh win, but then I thought about it immediately after I already tweeted that out, and I said, well, wait a minute. This is the last match on the last taping before April. Babyface has to go over
here. Before he gets fired.
Right. Lashley will face Cowboy James Storm in April. April 20th to the 23rd, Impact returns to Universal Orlando. I will be there, of course. We'll talk about more of that when we get there. So we do 4 more matches, and then Impact's done for a while. So KM and Sienna face Braxton Sutter and Allie. Allie dives off the middle turnbuckle with flying body press. Sienna catches her. Kevin Matthews was already knocked on the canvas, and Sienna trips over him, and the pin happens that way, which is interesting. Here comes Congo Kong. Decimates Braxton with a Samoan drop. Hits the cannonball in the corner. Allie's being forced to watch all of this. Sienna's like, you need to leave now. Here comes Drunken Laurel from the back. So Allie gets hit with the AK-47. There you go, Ashley. Wait until the entire... before she hits it finally. Laurel starts pounding away on the unconscious Allie. Sienna pulls her off and says, hold yourself together. So KM, Congo Kong, Laurel Van Ness, and Sienna leave as Braxton ends up having to check on Allie and ends up carrying her to the back, Macho Man Elizabeth style. And this new group exits ringside.
I really wonder how long Congo Kong's going to be able to run with that gimmick on mainstream TV.
We'll see.
Because I think blackface got out of taste with a lot of people decades ago.
Yeah.
Hot Scotch would tell you that personally.
So we get Andrew Everett versus Marche Rocket versus Suicide versus, yes, I'm saying this and meaning it, Gregory Shane Helms.
That's the opportunity.
He actually worked the match. He was wearing knee pads and everything. Trevor Lee's at ringside. He tries to get involved. He gets tossed. Everett hits a shooting star press on Rocket and gets the win. A bit in the match. And Lee comes out. They double team Andrew Everett. Everett turns the tables, hits the run on Trevor Lee, and Helms powders. Semi-main event, we had Davey Richards with Angelina Love over DJZ. Kick. Locks on the ankle lock. Eddie Edwards runs out. He gets stopped by security and uses this opportunity to go after Angelina Love. They fight, and basically Eddie and Davey are held back again. Eddie breaks free. He starts brawling with Davey. They stop him again, and Davey round kicks a random security officer and then leaves. So it looks like we're getting a definite stipulation match. Like, I thought Last Man Standing would be the definite stipulation match, but it sounds like these two are going to get in. These two will probably be in a cage. They'll probably be in a cage for Slammiversary if I had to guess at this point. We'll see. Main event time. I did WWE plus Magnus match of all times. Alberto El Patron, Matt Morgan, Magnus, and Chris Adonis take on world champion Lashley, Bram, Eli Drake, and Tyrus. True to their word, like I said, every member of Josh's team is wearing the shirt, at least for a while. Magnus is carrying the GWF championship. GFW, I read it wrong. Yeah, he's wearing the Global Wrestling Federation title of the 93. Anyway.
Christ.
Morgan hits the carbon footprint on Bram. Magnus comes off with a flying elbow drop, and they win. The baby faces empty out of the locker room. The crowd's doing the na-na-na-na, hey, goodbye. Then, of course, it turns nasty, and they start chanting, get the F out, and F you, Josh. Josh is like, you know what? That's real classy. You know, my wife's probably crying her eyes out in the back, but I'm a man of my word, and I'm leaving. And he puts the mic down, and he bombs out. JB and Alberto thank the fans. Face is dancing in the ring to Apache with a Sugar Hill Gang. Yep, that happened. Eddie Edwards has got some dance moves. And then it was selfie time with the locker room, and everybody was allowed to take pictures and autographs with the baby faces in the locker room as we ended the show. Not exactly sure what's going to end this show. I'm going to guess. I don't know where they're going to end this. Obviously, the leaving the back thing with Josh getting chased to the back, and then it looked like they were going to drag him back in and beat him up again. Oh, I think when he gets chased off to the back, that's probably going to be how the show ends. It was Impact for 4 weeks in 2.5 hours.
I needed to sit through that because I need to know what shit I'm not going to be able to watch because of the
Some
Spike
Impact news, real quick. According to P. Windsor, Bully Ray was very close to making his return during the tapings. They were unable to lock him into a deal at the last minute. So this is the reason why Patron came in and made his debut. So when TNA realized they weren't going to bring Bully Ray back, they got a hold of Alberto late Wednesday night. They came to terms on a quick deal. They tried to keep his debut a surprise until Ed Nordholm from Anthem tweeted out a picture of Alberto in the ring with Jeff Jarrett before the tapings began. Too stupid!
Brilliant.
The original plans, Ashley, were for Drew Galloway to do all of these things.
It was going to be Galloway versus Lashley?
Yeah, Galloway was going to be the one that did everything that Patron did.
How would that fit coming literally a week after losing the grand title?
It would definitely have had to have involved a promo of some sort, if I had to guess.
It's also worth noting, because we're to TNA, before we get to that. The episode with the wedding on lost viewers.
Interesting.
And the episode from last week, as in the one that we just talked about with Josh Barnett and everything, gained viewers on the wedding. It'd be interesting to see where it goes, considering it seems a mess and people might want to see the mess, possibly. But then again, they know that the one thing that was drawing a lot of people to watching was some guy called Matt and some guy called Nero.
We'll get to that, don't worry.
Be interesting to see where those figures go, because if they really go badly down, like drop, I'd say somewhere around 250-ish, I'm concerned. Also, it's worth noting, AJ was doing like some convention sort of appearance or whatever, and asked about stuff like back at Unbreakable 2005. Did he ever think that Joe would be with him in WWE and Daniels will be on the cusp of a world title? Something I didn't know until the good old message boards told me. The entire match of AJ versus Samoa Joe versus Daniels is on YouTube for free and has had 268,000 views. An Knockouts evening gown match between Madison Rayne and Angelina Love has 28 million views. So yeah, 1% of the people that have watched the evening gown match have watched the best match in TNA history. This is why most people that watch Impact are retards. Seriously. I mean, I don't think you can even have any defense for that, can you, Owen? Well, bloody 28 million watching some just to get some bloody tits.
I don't understand why that's the case at all.
So yeah, the Fightful article.
Yeah, the FIFO article is very interesting. So I'll go through all of this here.
So we'll start off with the title situation.
The Hardys were going to come back and drop the titles on television, but Impact wanted a short-term contract that would have kept them off television for several months. So the Hardys were like, nope, not doing that. We'll get to them a little bit later. Basically, the move to...
Go ahead.
The move to go from TNA to Impact was praised universally by the company. Dixie only kept it because there was history behind it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a feeling backstage many of the names being brought back to work behind the scenes were having success prior to the regime. But there was concern they hadn't adapted, and a dusty finish right out of the gate wasn't a right call.
Yep.
EC3 is highly regarded as well as Moose. They're both locked into contracts. They're going to be very prominent moving forward. Jeff Jarrett met with Spike executive Scott Fitchman. They wanted to have HD programming wherever they have any coverage, which isn't the case now. That's pretty much with just DirecTV. Spike is in a very unique position as they're doing a rebrand of their entire network in 2018.
Please don't tell me that's going to affect over here as well.
We'll get to that. So talent were unmotivated with no passion, but they were happy they were actually paid on time. You didn't know who you were going to see when you turned the corner backstage. They were cautiously optimistic about this company and that a bigger TV deal would need to happen in order to move the company forward. John Kuburek was instrumental in pushing some of the names moving into the main event scene in recent years, but his taking a lesser role was polarizing. So the people that were endorsed by him were less than thrilled, but his hiring practices have become increasingly more stale as time went on.
Yeah, so the people that didn't like him are pleased that he's minimized, and the people that did like him aren't. Good.
They said the reset was the right word to use. Anything the new regime didn't like from the old guard, they got rid of it. This included the DCC,
which actually had some traction, though. That's the stupid thing.
Yeah. Some of the people who weren't too happy going in changed their outlook, and they were very happy with the shorter taping schedule. There was enhancement talents that were actually drove in themselves instead of being flown in. Not everyone back is going to be used full time.
Hang on, you missed the key bit. The girl that had the 22-hour bus ride. Apparently, that was true.
Yeah, it was true.
2-day bus ride. Bloody hell.
ODB was back because of the total nonstop deletion. Jeff was a big fan of hers.
So because of the Hardys.
Pretty much. Leva Bates, Santana Garrett, and Rachel Ellering were brought in to capitalize on their cult followings for the one night only.
By cult followings, it means they can wrestle, unlike fucking Rebel.
I don't know why Rebel's back at all. We'll get to that. So, apparently during the Friday tapings, I didn't see this, but Conan got into a fight with a fan at ringside. They had to split it up I don't know exactly when this happened. I didn't see it, but apparently it happened. The crash deal is the reason we use Laredo Kid and Garza.
It was fucking Dorian Roldan in disguise.
Falaba and Mario Baccara were brought in from the Monster Factory. QT Marshall from Ring of Honor was brought in as well, but he was never used. They're trying to get Matt Riddle's contract info.
No. I think WWE has all but signed him. As long as he stays in Evolve and behaves,
yeah,
he's going to be getting called up soon.
We'll see. So,
well, that conference call that happened before the Rumble, Triple H heavily implied that.
He's got to stay clean, though. That's going to be a problem.
Well, that's easy. He just sounds like he's on drugs all the time. You seen his shoot promo? Oh, man. Yeah, I got busted for a drug test, which was out of competition. You know, I got in a fight, made a little bit of money. And it was like, how much you made? Oh, 120 grand. And of course, this was Chuck Taylor and bloody Dan Barry. And they're like, I've never made that ever in my lifetime.
Bruce Pritchard coming back was a good move. They're going to capitalize on the podcast success. Again, I've never really heard of it, but I mean, good on them. Patron was a joy to deal with backstage. The loss of the Hardys and Galloway left a bad taste in the talent's mouth. They basically weren't even given their offers until a week before the tapings.
Christ.
Jade, Mike, and Maria also left. And Maria was said to be one of the most underrated losses to the company.
Yeah.
So with the new names brought in, they redistributed the money they would have spent on the departures to bring in more talent than what they were spending. So basically, they brought in more people for less money. Robbie E's in Japan. They didn't use Aiden O'Shea, Jesse Goddard, or Grado. Impact will be taping April 20th to the 23rd, July 2nd, which is Slammiversary, through the 6th, and August 17th to the 20th. So April 20th is a quote-unquote live episode of Impact, and August 17th is a quote-unquote live episode of Impact. So the live-to-tape shows are back.
Then the interesting bit.
Yes, there's a new deal for Impact to be televised exclusively on Spike UK.
No, that isn't the bit. That I'm talking about the rumor. Because there's a gap between April and July, isn't there?
Yeah. There's not a rumor. They're going over to the UK.
When?
It wasn't announced. It was announced that it was going to be in May, but JB didn't announce exactly when it was going to be.
Well, no, because the rumor is, well, there is possibility that it could be the UK, but there is a rumor that they could be doing it in Canada, which would make sense considering who owns them now.
Well, it was mentioned as a UK show, so I don't know how many UK shows, but I know that in May that's where they're going to be.
Which is a bit weird because WWE is going to be in the UK that month as well.
That's your Impact news for this week.
Mm-hmm.
Almost 3 hours later.
It's going to happen. Sadly.
Now we move on to UFC.
Interesting pay-per-view. I guess the most interesting thing that came up from it was the match that didn't even happen. So, I'll find it in my long list of stuff. The co-main event, which was going to be Tony Ferguson versus Khabib Nurmagomedov for the interim lightweight title, got cancelled last minute because Khabib had medical issues relating to a weight cut, because I believe he was trying to cut like 30 pounds in 2 days, which is fucking stupid. So basically the doctors pulled him. So the fight didn't even happen. But that, I think, is like the second or third time that Khabib has missed a fight due to, you know, weight cut issues, which is weird because obviously most people, for at least from what I could tell from the crowd, most people wanted to see that match over everything else. So the fact that they didn't wasn't great. The great thing is, though, the mystery is all we know is he had medical issues and he was taken to hospital. We don't know what it was, or where he went, or anything. It's as if they've tried to hush it up, which is mysterious. In terms of the whole card itself, just for time, I'll only mention a couple of ones, at least on the preliminary cards. The two interesting ones, actually, the bantamweight fight. Luke Sanders, which is Becky Lynch's boyfriend, was massacring his opponent, Yuri Alcantara, for 2 rounds. And then in the third round, lost after a knee bar submission. And then in the next match, Mirsad Bektic was beating the shit out of his opponent. And Darren Elkins came back, got him with a good old punch and a head kick, and won the fight as well. Unsurprisingly for those two performances, like from the jaws of defeat come victory, both of them got $50,000 bonuses. So just having a look. Basically, Yuri doubled his money, give or take, and Darren Elkins had another third of his money that he was going to get for winning and everything. So not too bad. Then on the main card, Alistair Overeem beat Mark Hunt by a KO to the knees. There was some report saying that, well, they've done the evaluation and the injury to Hunt that basically caused the KO was only like bruising of the bone rather than like an actual break or a fracture. So, but basically, when he did the knee strikes, Mark Hunt basically landed straight on his face. Then in the straw weights for the women, Cynthia Calvillo beat Amanda Cooper with a rear naked choke submission in the first round. Dan Kelly beat Rashad Evans via split decision in the middleweights. Then co-main was the lightweight bout with David Tamer and Lando Venata, which Tamer won via unanimous decision. And then Tyron Woodley and Stephen Thompson. Majority draw decision victory for Woodley to retain. One of the judges gave it 47 each, and the others gave it 48-47 to Tyron. The thing to note about that is it was Thompson's fight to win, but he basically didn't do enough to leave it because Woodley was the worst performer out of the two, arguably, but Thompson didn't capitalize on it. And made an interesting point, which I sort of understand. If this was a non-title fight, these guys would have gone all out and you probably would have had a decision either way. But because there was a belt on the line, they sort of pussied out and were willing to go for sort of like the draw and see who won out with the judges. The other thing worth noting, that women's strawweight match that I mentioned, Owen,
Right.
that was second on the card. The winner, Cynthia Calvillo, got $20,000, and her opponent got $17,000. The opening match on the card with Overeem and Hunt. How much do you think they made compared to a match that was more important and higher up in the card?
50?
750.
Good God.
Happy International Women's Day, everybody. There's fucking equality. So yeah, they opened the show with two guys that made $1.5 million each, and then followed it up. Even if you include the next fight, they wouldn't come even close, because Dan Kelly only got 54,000 for his win, but Rashad Evans got 150. And then the match that got match of the night, Tamer and Venata, they obviously got $50,000 each. But if you don't include that, Tamer got 28 and Venata got 25. So they tripled their money. But yeah, the women get well and truly shat on, don't they? The only reason we know this is because the payouts have to be reported to the Nevada State Athletic Commission. They also did some announcements. They had a press conference for the GSP Bisping thing in a few months. And they've also basically done a deal with the stadium. Let me get the name of it. The T-Mobile Arena, where any show that's in Vegas is going to be in there now. I believe that's the same stadium that the NHL team are in now, I think. Basically, it's some partnership that the UFC is going to be. That's going to be their Vegas base now, rather than other venues in the Vegas area. So does that? I'm just realizing. Does that mean they're going to be doing 3 shows in the same building over the July weekend? That could be awkward. Interestingly awkward. This weekend we've got a fight night in Fortaleza in Brazil. There was supposed to be a fight between Godofredo Pepe and Karl Boknich, but both fighters pulled out, citing injury, so that's off the card. So on Fight Pass for the preliminaries, we've got Gareth McClellan versus Paulo Enrique Costa in the middleweights, and then a featherweight bout with Ronnie Jason and Jeremy Kennedy. Then on the Fox Sports 1 prelims, we've got a bantamweight fight with Renny Yaya versus Joe Soto and Sergio Moraes versus Davy Ramos, and that's bookmarked by 2 lightweight fights. So the first fight will be Michel Perez versus Josh Berkman, and the main event for the prelims will be Francisco Trinaldo versus Kevin Lee. And then the main Fox Sports 1 card is going to be 6 fights, apparently. I don't know whether they're going to shift that the time. I'm not sure. We've got Alex Oliveira versus Tim Means in the welterweights. Betch Carrera versus Marion Reneo in the bantamweights. Worth noting, Betch is the last woman to have ever been beaten by Ronda Rousey, because she's lost ever since. Then in the flyweights, we've got UCA Formiga versus Ray Borg. Lightweight contest with Edson Barboza versus Benil Dariush. Light heavyweights with Marcio Rua versus Gian Vellante. And then the main event should be a good one. Vitor Belfort versus Kelvin Gastelum in the middleweights. Which might mean that Belfort might be in with a shout of facing GSP, depending how results go in a few months. Although I think Yoel Romero might have something to say about that. Apparently he already wants a word with Dana White as to why he was overlooked. So we might be getting fights in real life. I don't just mean Conor versus Floyd. Still haven't heard any more on that, so we'll have to see.
All right. So we move on to WCPW.
What culture? What culture had an interesting one? I can't say it was brilliant, Exit Wounds, but it was certainly pretty solid. The most important thing is that we had Dave Bradshaw on commentary with Matt Stryker. There was no Alex Shane. My God, there is a God. So we started off with Prospect versus Drake and Bad Bones. The Indiegogo campaign is apparently a quarter of the way to the 2,000 goal. They're like on 500. The thing is, and they realise the reason why I can't back it is because it's on Indiegogo. It's set so whatever money they get, they actually get. So it's like if you pledge money, that it's going to them. It's not like it only goes to them if they hit their goal. So very good stealth marketing campaigns there from What Culture to try and earn money. Probably. It was okay. You know, Drake put a knee bar on to get the win. Basically, because the referee got distracted, so Bones hit Lance Archer with a chair to take him out. And afterwards, Kennedy taunted Prospect by saying that Orlando is dead for them, but their money, like your career, belongs to me. So I think he took like the representation of the money because they had like a box or something for collections. He just took it. And for some reason, they were fired, even though they were already fired. Whatever. Dave Bradshaw then noted that apparently Johnny Moss is going to be out for another month, which I think was just an excuse. He didn't look to be that seriously injured in the bloody angle for the video package that they had and the match that happened. So we get Slater versus Cody Rhodes for the internet title. Pretty solid match. The great thing is, it's like the crowd already knew that Cody was going to win because it was only Liam Slater. And because they weren't the people that saw him beat Zack Sabre Jr. So you sort of lost the whole momentum that you could have had with it. Still a good match. They both did very well. Cody winning with a rolling prawn hold. Then got the mic, called the fans family and called Newcastle a bunch of roads. And then said, the Bullet Club are coming in a few weeks, which they are. But then Cody stopped on the way to the back by Hendry, Coffey, and Banks that are they're calling themselves the Prestige. So Hendry starts off and says the torch was taken from anybody who stands in the way of our progress in this business, before saying that there's an atmosphere in wrestling and blames the fans for saying that they think you can say whatever you want at shows and calling them on their disrespect. Now, they're taking over because they can't leave the business in the hands of those that came before them because they fostered the environment they're in now. Coffey, echoes the same sentiments. Crowd are chanting boring because it's like, why are you sticking this on a show where that all they're interested in is wrestling? Noting as well that Coffey noted that he'd appeared on Progress's Brixton show for the Atlas title, which he lost out to. Wrestled Minoru Suzuki twice, which, by the way, let us note, nobody fucking cared about who Minoru Suzuki was. Which is interesting because as soon as he came back to bloody New Japan, everybody suddenly cared about him. So I'd say that's the WCW fans being idiots. And then beating Kurt Angle at ICW in the biggest European indie show ever, or in years. Coffey was appalled for people wanting to see so many imports. So now let's bring Travis Banks, who's from New Zealand, so technically, surely he's an import. He threatened to punch everybody in the face if they didn't shut up. And, he said, everybody gave me a standing ovation against Zack Sabre Jr. And the thing is, the crowd were chanting, we weren't there because that show was in Manchester and not in Newcastle. So Coffey said, well, you must have been idiots then for buying it on What Culture Extra. Which they may not have done because they aired it for free on YouTube a few weeks later. Who knows? So then Banks said he asked the company for a pay rise after the match, but was turned down. And this is an interesting one because I don't know whether this is shoot or kayfabe. I may as well have gone to Orlando with Pete Dunne because this company fucking sucks. Remember, what culture doesn't like swearing? So I bet they were really pleased with this. But then, interestingly, he said, this company wanted to team me with Doug Williams because we look similar.
Sounds very shooting, honestly.
That sounds like it could be true. Because remember, of course, that was that whole gimmick that suddenly disappeared.
Right.
Because for some reason, Doug's on the production desk. Or he said a bell ringer in this company. Basically, Doug Williams is an agent. He's one of the bookers, I guess, for the actual in-ring stuff. And he took offense to all this. So it looks as if bloody Doug Williams, Mr. Brexit, is now face. WCPW is doing this exactly like Impact. You were Blompier, you know. You were better than that. Seriously. And Hendry says, we don't do it for the money. We do it for the prestige. And then bloody Banks and Williams had a scuffle. Apparently it knocked the bloody camera onto the apron, but in such a way that because of the way it was lent, it got the perfect angle from Stryker getting up from the commentary desk and being pissed. Basically saying, don't you fucking dare. And the Apollo had to apologize for his language because it's like, I respect the people that gave us, British wrestling. I don't squash on it and whatever. So then we get Delirious versus Silas Young, which is interesting because obviously Delirious is being his weird stuff, and Young's clearly trying to be heel, where it's like, is there any point because it's a Ring of Honor showcase, and says that Delirious is too stupid to wear a pair of shoes. And the great thing is that the crowd, because it's Newcastle, decided to do a very interesting chant. Shit, Tom Selleck. Shit, Tom Selleck.
Wow. I never heard that one before.
Young hit the Misery for the win, which was pretty solid, but it's like you're choosing a Ring of Honor showcase with a guy that books for Ring of Honor and barely does shows. Just saying. They also announced during this show that I'm guessing this might change depending what happens on Friday. The Bulletproof show on March 20th, which will be live on What Culture Extra, will feature Adam Cole defending the Ring of Honor title against Zack Sabre Jr.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
I've got a feeling it might be for possibly I guess no, because if it's Rev Pro and they've got a deal with Rev Pro, it could be for the Rev Pro British title, which would be ironic considering that was the problem with Adam Cole the last time. And that belt. So now we've got Kaylee Ray versus B. Priestley. And the graphic shows B. Priestley with Viper. Even though there is no sign of Viper until later on in the thing when Viper shows up. Headbutts Kaylee in full view of the referee, and the referee goes, I'll allow it. And also You can clearly tell that there was supposed to be a roll-up with the feet on the ropes for B to win and retain. But she positioned herself where she couldn't even get her feet on the ropes. So they just did a roll-up. Which I think goes to show you B needs a lot of work. I'd have less problem if it was Kaylee Ray versus Viper. Can we just have Viper have the title, please? Also, I find it disturbing that they're advertising Viper as a World of Sport wrestler. Even though they've had one show. And, you know, I'd say most of the diehards would know her more for ICW than they would for something that was on television. Then we get a promo from Ospreay and says that he's more deadly than Connors. Then we get the Chains match. Match 6 of the best of 7 between Primate and Rampage. Basically, it's a pinfall or submission match, even though it's a chain match. But the great thing is, within like minutes, bloody Primate gets out from the chain. And they can't do it back together because he's basically broken it. So who knows? A chair shot from Kennedy basically made Rampage like shrug or whatever. Rampage blocked a spear, turned it into a pile driver, and got the 3 count. So the best of 7 series only needed 6. Okay. The reason why that is, apparently, is because Rampage now goes on to face whoever the champion is at the Orlando show. So then we have Galloway cutting a promo, basically saying, "I'm gonna beat you up, bitch," or something like that. So now we've got Banks and Coffee versus Ligero and Gabriel Kidd. The problem is, throughout this match, Hendry keeps grabbing Dave Bradshaw's headset and he keeps shooting on Stryker and keep pushing his gimmick and everything. So rather than actually talking about the match, they just did it to try and put over the stable. No, it was a good match to establish them as a heel stable. But if you watched it with muted, but if you watch it with the commentary, it's bloody disjointed as all hell. So then Kenny's talking with B and basically says nobody has the right to challenge for her unless they beat Viper. Okay. So then we've got the Rev Pro showcase with Marty Scurll and David Starr. And this is where I guess I have to remember the note. And it goes back to what we were just talking about, for the last 2 hours. Marty was in season 1 of British Boot Camp, wasn't he?
Correct.
As part of Marty Scurll.
Yeah, of course. And I remember calling him that a long time ago when I first started getting results of his.
Imagine what the hell would have happened to his career had he been the one that got signed and not Spud. I think he's sort of pleased in a weird way that he never got picked up. Because I don't think he would have fought all the people that he would have done. He certainly wouldn't have gone to PWG and been part of, Bowler. So, I only mention this because these guys, Marty and David put on a hell of a match. David Starr got please come back chance. Marty did. Basically, Skull got the chicken wing, but Star rolled it through into a roll-up. But Marty managed to kick out and reapply it and then force a submission. But yeah, good. So then we out to announce, and it's Adam Blompier. And Kirby makes sure that Blompier isn't going to be a dickhead. So Blompier says, he asked for a round of applause for Kirby and then said, yeah, I'm back, and puts the fans over and the wrestlers, giving props to Gabriel Kidd and Prospect and Slater and Moss and El Ligero and Lana Austin and Little Miss Roxy. Big talents, that are up and comers. And then, like the great international talents that they've got, like Travis Banks and Travis Banks and Joe Hendry. I think they purposely didn't mention them, but like all the other ones, like Cody and Zach and Marty, all the ones that are big names already that are part of it. And then basically says, look, I was a bit of a dick to you, Rampage, but I feel pleased to say that my first act was to sign your title opportunity for Orlando. And then BT Gunn interrupts, because BT Gunn is now part of Prestige. Brilliantly. So we didn't even get the match because Kirby got laid out, and then Joe Hendry hit the freak of nature on Blompier. And then Kirby gets taken out with a brainbuster, and the referee makes a pin count, even though the bell didn't ring. So whatever. So then we had Ospreay versus Galloway, which is interesting because bloody Ospreay was dressed like Agent 47 from the Hitman games. Only I don't remember, one, Agent 47 having hair, or two, Agent 47 only wearing his underpants with his suit. That was a bit disturbing. It's like, I don't remember. I'm going to, and you can't even recreate that in the games. You can't just get his shirt and tie and jacket and then just underpants. But the finish was interesting because B came out to try and get involved and low blow Drew, but he no-sold it and smacked it with a headbutt. So, yay, intergender. So he got an Oz cutter, but kicked out. Then Ospreay went for the Future Shock DDT on Drew, but Galloway stopped it. Hit him with a Future Shock, kicked out. Galloway then got an Galloway got Oz cutted, but kicked out. So then Ospreay went for like the Super Oz cutter, like a springboard version and whatever, off the ropes. But Galloway caught him, spun him around Cesaro. Well, not Cesaro style. He spun him around in the Future Shock pose and then just gave him the DDT. So I guess like a super Future Shock DDT, I don't know. But yeah, really good finish and a really sort of patchy show. Some of it was good. Some of it was really not that good. And like some of the audio stuff, like trying to get the audio feed for the promos, I did have to turn the tablet up and down to watch it, which was a bit problematic. Apparently, according to the notes and everything, WCPW are hiring for new cameramen, implying that they're looking for people with actually like wrestling match experience, possibly, along with technical staff, which clearly makes sense because of makes sense with everything that they've got problem-wise already. So their next show is next week, I believe, the 13th, is it? Which will be highlights of which will be on YouTube, but will be available like on demand next Friday for What Culture Extra. And then the Bulletproof one on the 20th will be live on What Culture Extra with highlights going to YouTube. And then the following day is the first leg of the World Cup stuff. So that will be on YouTube, whatever. And then March the 23rd is the Scottish bracket. So that's basically all the shows for WCPW before we get to Orlando on April Fool's Day.
Okay. So we move from WCPW to NXT.
Interesting start, because we had the whole sanity gimmick thing, didn't we?
Yep.
Which confusing as all hell, because it's like they were going to do it alone, but the like ties Jose and Strong both came out or were dragged out or something.
Well, Roddy was dragged out to the back. Well, Dillinger come out for a match against Eric Young. Eric Young sends Killian Dane, Alexander Wolf, and Nikki Cross to the back. And then we find out why, because Eric Young basically motions and they drag out Roddy. He's beaten to a bloody pulp. But PG-wise, so it basically just looks like his shirt's stained. So crowd's completely dead for this. Like, you hear a pin drop, literally. Jose comes out, they hit the ring, and they brawl. The numbers game is too much. Crowd's chanting for sanity. And Killian Dane hits an over-the-shoulder power slam, combined with a Yakuza kick from Alexander Wolf. Dillinger eats the young blood, and heel stands tall.
And then
It's
we
announced
get the video package.
Yes.
Here comes Metallica. We're fading to black.
Yeah, the former Tommy and Aleister Black gets a video package, with Fade to Black being promoted heavily. Find out next week.
Who the hell does he face then?
I don't know.
I'm guessing they'd have to debut him after Mania, wouldn't they?
Perhaps. We find out next week Bobby Roode defends the NXT Championship against Cassius Ohno. Peyton Royce and Billy Kay are in the back looking for a place to put their NXT Breakout Star of the Year Golden Ring Bell. And they shout out Sasha and Neville, and they run up to the trophy for the Dusty Rhodes Classic. Then they start watching Ember Moon working out. And next thing you know, Ember comes out like, "Do we have a problem?" And they're like, "No, we're fine. Just let her train." So this goes nowhere. We get Andrade Cien Almas versus Ho Ho Loon. No reaction for Ho Ho at all. He hits a middle rope missile drop kick. Almas no sells it. and he basically just almost decapitates him with a clothesline. Hits the Sombra for the 3 count. Ember Moon versus Billy Kay with Peyton Royce did not look as devastating as I thought it would, given what we heard happen.
Mm-hmm.
Billy with feet to feet gets a near fall. It's rolling elbow for a near fall. Gets caught with a spinning back kick, a front kick, and a step up enziguri kick from Ember. Drop kick to the side of the head. I feel like I'm watching a female version of Neville, at least with the moveset. A running knee and goes for the Eclipse, but it gets stopped because Peyton gets on the ring apron, and Ember basically yells at her to drop off the apron, and she does. She gets the Eclipse to the 3 count. The referee comes in, checks on Billy. Security come in, like the trainer comes in, Peyton Royce comes in. They're all checking on Billy. It looks like she has a stinger in her neck. They call for help, and they help her to the back. We get TJP in the back. I believe he was with Kayla. Him and Nakamura train together. He says, I don't steal moves, I steal moments. Right. The Revival in action against the Ely brothers. Great. Just another tag team that's absolutely identical that I can't tell apart. That's wonderful. Gabriel and Uriel. Sure. The authors of Pain attack for some stupid reason. They laid them out. The Revival powder. Hit the last chapter on, I think it was Gabriel, I'm not sure. William Regal comes out and announces Ember Moon is going to be getting her crack at Asuka in the Women's Championship at TakeOver Orlando. Why can't we get a better name than TakeOver Orlando? I guess just how it is. NXT Women's Division will begin a new phase. Athena was never known for her mic skills. We get Ono at the Performance Center with Tom Phillips. He says it's surreal being back here. He wants the NXT Championship. We get Bobby Roode via satellite in Toronto. He says his responsibility is to mold NXT in his vision. He says Ono is a long-haired, dirty hippie from the 70s.
Coming from a guy that's gimmick is basically Nick Bockwinkel.
Indeed. His goal is to continue to make NXT glorious. Main event time, Shinsuke Nakamura versus TJ Perkins. Good back and forth here. Not surprising. TJP gets some good shine here. He ends up hitting a wrecking ball drop kick and a springboard DDT for a near fall. He sets up for the detonation kick, but Nakamura elbows out, locks in the triangle. He bridges back into a pinfall for a near fall, kind of like a jackknife cover, basically. He ducks the round, but he gets the left, Rob Van Dam style offense. 2 round kicks, whips in, goes for the running knee, puts him on the buckle, but he rolls in again, but he misses. So he works the knee, going for the knee bar. Nakamura again counters into the triangle, rolls into the cross arm breaker, rolls back into a cross arm breaker, so they're trading the Juji Gatami back and forth. So TJP with a figure 4 death lock. Nakamura gets the ropes. Forward roll for a near fall into the TJP clutch, but he gets the ropes. He goes for kicks, and he ducks the round kick. Nakamura with the axe kick, a grounded knee strike, and a round kick. TJP heads up top, and he gets caught because the rope gets kicked. He lands precariously placed on the top rope, and a running knee connect. Sasha gets countered wheelbarrow into a lung blower with one knee instead of both knees. Inverted exploder, the Kinshasa gets the win, and Nakamura wins. Good back and forth babyface match. Crowd was into it heavily, considering the fact the UCF crowd was pretty dead most of the show. It's announced rather unceremoniously that Bobby Roode will be defending the championships if he gets by Ono at TakeOver Orlando against Shinsuke Nakamura. That's NXT.
What did Ember Moon say again?
Oh, God. Threw away my notes. Hold on. She said the women's division at NXT TakeOver will begin a new phase.
Oh, I get it. Do you get it?
Not completely.
The moon has phases.
Oh, jeez, that's horrible.
You know, like first quarter, full moon, new moon. They're called phases. Somebody knew what they were writing. When you said it, you were like, I was sort of I was trying to work out why were you complaining. It's because you didn't know.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
That's NXT.
True.
We're moving on to Ring of Honor.
The go home sort of show.
The go home show for the 15th anniversary. And we have news from Ring of Honor, obviously. Big news. Huge news. King size news. Broken news.
Well, not just that. No, it's more than that. More to it than that.
B&B, Broken and Bully. Continue.
We have the Kingdom beat the Rebellion in the first one. Basically, you know, it was good to see sort of the Leo Rush join them and then obviously turn on them and whatever. That was the only bit that made it good, though. So it seemed weird that you're having a heel group versus a heel group. So, in essence, the finish basically helped out the lead into, obviously, Leo Rush's feud with the Rebellion, as well as the Kingdom taking on Dalton and the boys. Then we had another top prospect match. This one was Brian Milonas beating Raphael King. It was a solid match. Obviously, giving a good showcase of both of them. The other thing about Milonas is they basically made out on commentary about how he's waited 15 years to make his mark on the scene. He's been around. And then we had the Bullet Club beating Lethal Fish and the Briscoes. Then there was a brawl between Daniels and Cole, which then led to the Kazarian turn, which sort of I still can't make out why, considering how it was all suddenly really good. The relationship between them was good the week before.
They really want to stack the deck against Daniels. That's my guess.
It appears to be that way.
And I'm going to get what I want on Friday night, and I'm very excited to be able to talk about it.
I hope so. I've just got a nagging feeling, though, that perhaps not. But the thing is, that aired Saturday night for most people. Obviously, people watching it on Fight would get it Monday, and certain areas are getting it on Comet tonight or earlier on in the night. Except something slightly more important happened.
Well, can we talk about the show? Can we talk about the show first, then get to that?
Which show?
The show that it happened at.
We finished Ring of Honor TV.
We're not talking about the TV show. We're talking about Saturday's show in Hammerstein, where it happened.
That's what I was referring to. The show.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This aired on Saturday night. So half the stuff that they'd already shot and was presented on this presentation on Saturday night wasn't right because of stuff that clearly happened over the weekend. So we opened up with Daniels, welcoming everybody in. For 15 years, Ring of Honor stood for the best wrestling on the planet. You know, ran through all the names: CM Punk, Tyler Black, Low Key, to name a few. But he wants his name to be on the list. Yes. And tonight he'll find out whether it's against Cole or Fish. Then we have the Kingdom with TK O'Ryan saying that this is their title reign and you got to listen to me. Ring of Honor was built on good young talent, so Daniel should do everyone a favor and leave his boots in the ring and ride off into the sunset. And Daniel said, hold that thought, took off his ring jacket because he's already ready to wrestle. So we had a one-on-one match, which Daniels won with the best moonsault ever. So it's building up Daniels, and obviously building up the new kingdom as the heel group.
I have a feeling there will be somebody else involved with that by the time this weekend rolls around.
God, that'd be an irony.
Wouldn't be shocking at all, given what happened over the weekend.
How can it be the kingdom if Adam Cole isn't in it? Isn't that right, Maria? Dead ass. So then we had Cabana versus Dalton. Pretty good short match from what I can tell. Colt went for the Billy Goat curse, but Castle escaped. Then Castle hit the inverted whirly bird.
You mean the bangarang?
Say again?
You mean the bangarang?
Yeah, it's listed as the inverted whirly bird.
Called the bangarang.
I don't want to call it bangarang because then it reminds me of the John Cena thing and bloody Skrillex.
Reminds me of opening weekend of Halloween Horror Nights last year. Honestly,
the Wob bangarang. So then we get Marty Scurll defending the TV title against Sanjay Dutt. Of course, when we had the snapping fingers moment, New York went, you sick fuck. And Scurll won with the, interestingly, the crossface. Might not have been actually the chicken wing. Unless it was a crossface chicken wing, in which case...
It would be he won with the chicken wing.
Yeah. He's
You're
notes
good.
from Pete Windsor. Who's smoking?
I got better notes. Don't worry. I got this.
I don't think I need notes for Dragon Lee versus Will Ospreay. I want to fucking see this match.
Exactly.
That is the notes. Basically, from what I can tell, Ospreay went for the Oz cutter, but got caught and it got turned into a sit-down driver. And Dragon Lee wins.
And then fun begins.
Yeah, so the Young Bucks have their scheduled against Leo Rush and Jay White. And they do a great job, as usual. Went for the Meltzer driver at the end, stopped by Jay White, but they managed to eventually hit it on Leo Rush. And then the lights went out.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And the lights came back on. And holy fuck, the Hardys are in the ring. Challenge the Bucks to face them right now for the belts. The Bucks go, fuck yeah. There's
Of
a
course.
referee there, so ring the fucking bell. And of course, the crowd are just fucking marking out because it's like, it's happening a month early. Fuck Orlando.
Pretty much.
Oh, and to think this wouldn't have happened if TNA had actually, done the deal. Literally.
Should have.
Christ. And holy shit, bloody Nick got a twist of fate and a swanton bomb. And the Hardys are the Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions. So then Matt's on the mic and says, when we left that dreadful TNA, cue Ring of Honor, fuck TNA, fuck TNA. People thought that we would sign with Meek Mahan, but now we are in the honorable ring. And Hardy says that the Bucks signed the biggest deal in Ring of Honor history until the Hardys signed their deal with Ring of Honor. And then said they'd be at the pay-per-view, the TV, the day after, and the already mentioned Lakeland Orlando show. And the Bucks will be faded away and classified as obsolete. And the great thing is, the Hardys just went through the crowd and did a bloody signing in the crowd, and everybody just flocked to them.
Well, yeah,
You
of course
see
they
what
would.
you missed, Impact? You bastards. Oh. So now it's time for the Manhattan Battle Royal, with the winner getting a Ring of Honor title shot, featuring the Tempora Boys, Will Ferreira, Cheeseburger, The Kingdom, The Rebellion, War Machine, Beer City Bruiser, Chris Sabin, Silas Young, and Punishment Martinez. The winner eventually was Matt Taven, interestingly. So the great thing is that during all this match, the Hardys are still signing. And nobody cares about the match because they just want to go with the signing. That's brilliant. Well, good job, Ring of Honor. So next we have the 6-man with Lethal and the Briscoes versus Kazarian, Hangman Page, and Cody Rhodes. Basically, Kazarian managed to roll up Mark, possibly with a handful of tights, to get the win for the Bullet Club. And then main event, Adam Cole versus Bobby Fish. Said to be a good match. Finish coming with Bobby going for a leg lock, but Cole managed to roll him up into a pinfall, but use some leverage on the ropes, probably his feet, I'm guessing.
I'd say so.
Or possible, some sort of leaning on the ropes anyway. So then the Bullet Club attacked Bobby Fish and pulled out a table. And then here comes Bubba Ray Dudley.
Yep.
Choke slamming Adam through a table.
Ironically enough, I was wearing my Bully Ray shirt at Impact while this match was going on.
Well, no, I actually wore my Bullet Club shirt for Ziggy Stardust because it was the closest I could get to like alternative shit. That was Tuesday, so I missed that chance. So yeah, Bubba was a little bit at loss of words. You know, not only is the building special to him, ECW chance, so is the city, and didn't know if the fans know this because this is where he's from. So cue everybody going welcome home. You know, last week on Twitter, Matt Hardy said it was going to be an interesting week, but Bubba says, "I think it's been an interesting night, yet alone a week." I've been sitting home for the last month with a few orders that came my way. Fuck TNA. And then Bubba goes, and that's the reason I didn't take their offer. There was another offer on the table, but then there was a Ring of Honor offer. And that for 15 years, he enjoyed the product because it reminds him of a place that was special to him and to the fans. You know, the wrestlers and fans have a passion. And the only company that's captured the lightning in the bottle is Ring of Honor. And Bubba said, I've never been to a show before, so what better night than tonight to go and check it out? And if I was to come to Ring of Honor, I'm not here to be a tag team champ. I'm not here to be a world champion. I'm not here to be a veteran that steals money. I'm not here to take somebody's spot or to tell anybody what to do. If I'm coming to the company, it's because I want to be in here. And Bully Ray says, when I retire, I want to be able to say I fought in this company. Ask the fans what they thought. Of course, they're hyping. He called for Joe Koff to come out, who obviously didn't. And Bubba said, do you know who I am? I'm Bully Ray. And as of right now, I'm in Ring of Honor.
My God.
Dun, dun. That's literally what we needed.
Oh my God. I saw this and I was like, oh my God.
Jeez,
So
Louise.
there's some ROH news based on this. Basically, with the Hardys, the dates are all before WrestleMania. This is not a short-term deal. They're going to be with the company for a bit, but they don't know exactly how long.
So
they got creative control.
That's the interesting thing.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be as short-term as people think it is.
I think it's probably going to be a few months.
It's going to be more than a few months because they're back to signing indie dates now.
Well, because they've actually, although they're Ring of Honor talents, it's sort of akin to the Bucks. But that's making me wonder: could the Hardys in PWG?
It's possible. I mean, I know a lot of people are thinking the contract is going to be thus so that they drop the titles to the Bucks and Lakeland, and then they show up at WrestleMania to go after the New Day, but that's not happening. The reason why they signed the Ring of Honor deal is because they got creative control, which is what they wanted, and they can still work indies, and that's why they've started taking indie bookings again.
Make the money before they go to the E again.
Exactly. Matt Hardy is filing for the broken trademark.
Understandably.
It's been disputed. Sources close to Hardy told the website Pro Wrestling Sheet Hardy would retain ownership of the gimmick and name once his contract ran out, but Impact could profit off of anything that's already aired during his contract. The show this Friday night in Las Vegas is getting even better, Ashley.
Why?
Let's talk about the 15th anniversary show is going to be exclusively on pay-per-view and the Fight TV app. It's going to be this Friday night. And, of course, the main event, Adam Cole defends the Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Championship against Christopher Daniels, where a prophecy that I've said 5 years ago will finally happen when Chris Daniels becomes Ring of Honor World Heavyweight Champion.
Should we go the other way around with the cards? Added because of what happened at the end of Manhattan.
Oh no, I was gonna go through all of them right now.
Yeah, but I wanted to leave the really interesting one till last. So yeah, it was the Bully Racing with the Briscoes to face an interesting tech of War Machine and Davey Boy Smith Jr. Which seems weird because obviously their faces in New Japan and Davey isn't.
Right.
That'll be perplexing. Then we've got Jay Lethal versus Bobby Fish in what's listed as a top. I don't know whether that means the winner gets a contendership.
I think winner gets a title shot at the tapings the next night. That's my guess.
And then the only other confirmed matches as of this time are the other title matches. So the 6-man belts on the line with the Kingdom versus Dalton and the Boys. The TV title sees Marty Scurll versus Leo Rush. So I'm expecting there to be some sort of interference from the Rebellion there to feed into that.
Who knows who else might show up.
And the main event is the Young Bucks versus Roppongi Vice versus the Hardys in a Vegas street fight triple threat for the tag belts. Part of me now wonders if Kyle O'Reilly regrets leaving. Because if you had Red Dragon and that became a 4-way. Oh.
And of course, the next night they'll be taping television back at Sam's Town. So 6 p.m. Bell time on the West Coast.
Expect to see at least one other match added to that, I would have thought.
And don't be surprised if another Kingdom member of the past returns on these shows.
Also worth noting, the commentators are going to be Kevin Kelly and Ian Riccoboni.
Yeah, I saw Kevin Kelly was back for this show.
Makes sense because it's, one of the big pay-per-views. Plus, then you've got two people that actually know what they're talking about.
Right.
And it
So that's Ring of Honor.
gives even a bit more experience.
Well, let's talk about New Japan, Ashley. Let's talk about what happened with Hanma.
Oh, Christ. Yeah, we'll start off with the third. Yeah. So I don't think this was for TV. Certainly a house show.
It says I think it says house show.
So it was the fourth match on the card, and it was Togi Makabe, Tomoaki Honma, and Michael Elgin taking on Jado, Toriano, and Tomohiro Ishii. Oh, sorry, Yado. So Yardo, close to the 10-minute mark, hit what he calls the Green Killer, which is basically
the snake bite
Orton
DDT. Yeah.
Yeah. He did it, and Honma didn't move. And clearly must have said to him, I can't feel a thing, mate. So he pinned him, and they got the match over and done with. Because then all the medical people rushed in to check on him, put him on the stretcher, and rushed him to the nearest hospital. It took a fair few days for the news to come through. That's where I need to bring up the picture. So I got the proper. So the first notes update was that, and this came by the time of the anniversary show.
Mm-hmm.
On Monday, he suffered an injury to his spinal cord with swelling that's caused numbness to his entire body. Is regaining limited mobility in his arm and legs. The initial injury did hamper his speech, but he came back at the hospital. He's improving every day, apparently, and was in the ICU. But we're focusing on the swelling on the spinal cord to subside. Since then, I think more details came out. Basically, it was sort of equivalent to Stone Cold. There was heavy swelling on his C3 and C4 vertebrae. So I guess he must have basically gave himself a stinger when taking the move.
That's what it sounds.
Some reports say that basically his feet got caught on the rope, so it didn't properly, connect. Hence why the spot went wrong. Keep in mind as well, though, obviously one of his spots is a diving headbutt, and not sort of in a sense of like a Chris Benoit sort of headbutt. It's sort of like how Ric Flair does it, like the flop headbutt,
right?
Sort of akin to how Liam Slater does it, to some extent. Apparently, he's been moved out of ICU, but he's still in, it's not intensive care, but it's like critical care.
Mm.
So it's still serious that he's, going to be in hospital for quite a bit, but he's not sort of like on, life-threatening sort of things. Thankfully, that more and more of his movement has come out. It's still obviously limited, but he is moving. It's it's not as bad as we first feared. It's not going to be a whole was it Hayabusa?
Yeah, definitely. The Cape Rod and moonsault that went wrong.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that was sort of a rather somber atmosphere heading into the anniversary shows. So on the shows, we had Manabu Nakanishi beat Tomoyuki Oka with an Argentine backbreaker. Yoshihashi and Goto, Yado, and Gedo beat Taka Michinoku El Desperado, David Boy Smith Jr., Minoru Suzuki, with a butterfly lock on Taka from Yoshihashi. The Bullet Club of Omega, Fale, Yajiro, and the Gorillas of Fuck beat Makabe, Nagata, Liger, Tiger Mask, and Dave Finlay, with Fale hitting the grenade on Finlay. Then Yoshinobu Kanemaru and Taichi won the junior tag belts off Roppongi Vice with the high ball W on Beretta. Then afterwards, Yado and Gedo confronted them. So even though they're not clearly juniors because they're bloody old, they're going to be contesting for the junior tag belts, apparently. So then we had the Rev Pro British Heavyweight title on the line, Shibata versus Zack Sabre Jr. And oh my God, Sabre won with a PK. And then interestingly, apparently he also so it wasn't entirely clean because Suzuki managed to hit a Gotch pole driver on Shibata. And then Zack Sabre Jr. accepted the Suzuki gun offer. So Zack Sabre Jr. is now in Suzuki gun. Holy shit. I love it. Woo-hoo. Oh my God. That makes everything much more interesting now for everything. So now we've got Yano and Ishii defending the tag belts against Tenkoji, and Tenkoji win. Kojima hitting a lariat on Toru Yano. Part of me makes me wonder, does that mean Honma and Makabe were going to win? I guess we'll never know, obviously. Then LIJ beat Tanahashi, Elgin, Juice Robinson, and Kushida, with Naito hitting the Destino on Robinson. Then afterwards, Evil asserted himself over Hiroshi Tanahashi, building up to this weekend, which we'll get to. Then Hiromu Takahashi retained the junior belt against Ryosuke Taguchi with the time bomb, and Kushida came forward and wanted his rematch. So that could be a very interesting April show. I'm trying to think. Hang on, let me look at the dates. That's the week after WrestleMania. God, me and Owen are going to be screwed that week.
Pretty much.
We'll be up late. What? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And then by the looks of it, the following Sunday, so Saturday night into Sunday morning, or early Sunday morning, probably.
Well, I hate to do it right here, but I've got breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Remember the match that I said would probably happen at the 15th anniversary show?
Oh, Ring of Honor added something? Yeah.
It's happening on Saturday at the TV tapings. So the Hardys will face the Briscoes on the Saturday TV tapings.
Right. That seems fair. And then, because, further proving that we have the new Roman Reigns / John Cena in New Japan, Okada beat Tiger Mask with a Rainmaker. And he said that he'd be at the 1000th anniversary show. Unless you're cryogenically frozen, Okada, you will not be at the 1000th anniversary show. So the following night was the Kurikan Hall show, which was basically not announced until like a few minutes before. They did announce, though, that with Honma being obviously out, Nagata will be replacing him in terms of the New Japan Cup, so we'll get to that in a minute. So opening up, we had Manabu Nakanishi, Taguchi, Finley, and Hiroi Kawato beat Ten Koji, Liger, and Tomoyuki Oka, with Nakanishi with an Argentine backbreaker on Oka. Then Elgin, Nagata, and Robinson beat Farley, Tangaloa, and Yujiro, with Nagata getting a backdrop hold on Tangaloa, building towards their match net as it is now. Cup. Then Chaos lost to Suzuki Gun, with Zack Sabre, Kanemaru, Taichi, and El Desperado getting the win on Goto, Yado, Gedo, and Beretta. So Sabre got the win with the European clutch on Goto. So yeah, Sabre's just gone over on the Never champion. Methinks April. Already, April is looking incredible. Just on this alone. Then Togi Makabe got the win for his team with Tiger Masvidal and Shibata, beating Suzuki, Davey Boy Smith Jr., and Taka. The King Kong knee drop was connected on Taka. Afterwards, Shibata and Suzuki continued to murder each other in the politest sense of the word. Then Kenny Omega and Tama Tonga beat Ishii and Toru Yano, Tonga pinning Yano after a gun stun. Then Kushida and Tanahashi beat Takahashi and Evil, with Kushida winning with a jackknife hold on Hiromu. So, justifying his rights to wanting his rematch for the belt. And in the end, it was LIJ beating Chaos, with Naito, Sanada, and Bushi beating Okada, Yoshihashi, and Rocky Romero. Sanada getting the win with the skull end on Rocky Romero. That transitions us into this weekend as we start the road to the New Japan Cup and the April shenanigans, if I can call it that, which I probably can't. So this Saturday, the first round of, night one, I guess, of the New Japan Cup has the top half of the bracket. So it'll be Nagata versus Tangaloa, Toru Yano versus Tama Tonga, Elgin versus Bad Luck Fale, and Tanahashi versus Evil. And then the one that could be the interesting one is night two. Because we've got Juice Robinson versus Yujiro, Yoshihashi versus Sanada in co-main event, which shouldn't be co-main event, but it should. Shibata versus Suzuki. And then the main is Ishii versus Omega. Those last two matches alone, you might want to stay up for Saturday night. Because the thing is, because these are shows that are happening in Japan in the afternoon rather than the usual evening time, it's going to be I think 1 a.m. American time, or at least East Coast. So if you're on the West Coast, is it Logan that goes to CWF Hollywood?
I believe so.
But for Logan, it's basically at 10 p.m. So if you don't want to watch UFC, well, no, because UFC will be at 7 their time. Sorry, I'm getting confused with the Eastern. Basically, you can watch it Saturday night into actual Sunday morning. So you don't have to stay up until breakfast time. You can get a few hours sleep and then have breakfast. Apart from me, because that'll actually be at breakfast time. A bit annoying, but yeah. From there, the first quarterfinal, which will be Tanahashi and Evil versus I should change that. Nagata or Roa will be on the 13th on the Monday. Tuesday will be Elgin or Fale versus Yano or Tonga. And then Wednesday next week will be Shibata or Suzuki versus Juice Robinson and Yujiro. Friday, which obviously we'll cover more in detail next week, will be the fourth quarterfinal with Ishii and Omega versus Yoshihashi or Sanada. And then Sunday and Monday the following week will be the semi-finals and the finals and the final of the competition respectively. So 2 weeks it will go over, at least in terms of this show.
All right. Got a couple indie results before we move on to everything else on the show. MCW Matt Madness was March 3rd in Joppa at the MCW Arena. CPA won a 20-man battle royal to become the final entrant into the MCW Rage TV title tournament. Brittany Blake over Robin Reed tournament. Round 1 match, Maxwell Jacob Feinstein defeated Greg Excellent to go to round 2. And Brandon Scott defeated Ken Dixon to go to round 2. King McBride returned after 6 months to confront Ken Dixon afterwards. Dante Caballero defeated CPA to go to round 2, and Napalm and Marcellus Prime went to a double countout. So that gave Caballero a bye into the finals, actually. Brandon Scott over Maxwell Jacob Feinstein to advance to the finals. Adam Rose over Joe Keys by disqualification. Grandmaster Sexay came out afterwards. Tournament finals was Dante Caballero over Brandon Scott to become the Rage Television champion. Brian Cage defeated Leo Rush, and in the main event, the Bruiser, the Hellcats, and Lita teamed up to face Andy Weinberg, the MCW champion Sean Studd, Rayo, and Jeremiah in an 8-man tag. And they will be returning this Saturday for Winter Blast in Hollywood, Maryland. Now, Ryback will team with Bruiser and the Hellcats of Jimmy Stars and Sexy Steve to face the Winner's Circle, Sean Studd, Jeremiah Rayo, and Andy Weinberg. Dante Caballero puts the Rage TV belt up against Brandon Scott in a rematch. Melina's MCW Women's Championship will finally find a contender as Renee Michelle faces off against Brittany Blake. Napalm and Marcellus Prime eliminated each other during the TV tournament, so they will face off one-on-one as well. And also, Fed Up of Chris Swan and George Jenkins face off against the Punk Rock All-Stars Sean Cannon and Drake Carter. Plus more information, call 188-996-4774 or go to missiontix.com. Day of and at the door. They also have a Facebook fan page to check that out. Northeast Wrestling had their WrestleFest 21. Owen can't do math. At Crosby High School in Waterbury, Connecticut.
It's WrestleMania 33 you're going to Owen, just to check.
I know. It was a sellout. The fire marshal even turned people away at the door. Flip Gordon.
What they planned on doing?
No.
They considered opening the school's adjacent auditorium and broadcasting the hard camera feed onto the big screen.
That would have worked.
Closed circuit style.
Speaking of WrestleMania, Flip Gordon, Travis Flip Gordon defeated Big Bacon, Brad Hollister, and Vinny Marseglia. So Flip won with a 450. The Battle Brothers of Anthony and Chris defeated Daniel Evans and Keith Gordon of Adrenaline Rush. Wrecking Ball Legursky with Marshall McNeil defeated Donovan Dijak. God, these people are stupid.
Ron Zombie.
I know it's Ron Zombie, but it says Rob Zombie for some reason. Ron Zombie defeated Ward Hansen.
It might have been. You never know.
With a choke slam and a spike DDT. Cam Zagami with Romeo Roselli and the Sexy Beast Bull Dread went to a no contest. To the Sexy Beast making a challenge to a tag match, and he's tag team partner Jerry the King Lawler. Dreading Lawler defeated Zagami and Roselli via pinfall. The Godfather came down with two ladies, one of which being Mandy Leone. Lawler grabs the mic and yells, "Puppies. No challenge anyone in the back to a match. Here comes the great Khali." Good Lord. He chopped them both. Ryback defeated the Man Scout Jake Manning with Shell Shock. Mike Bennett returned with Maria Kanellis to defeat TK Orion for the heavyweight championship.
Maria only came out late on because at the start they were going, "Where's Maria?" And then when she showed up, she got the biggest pop of the night.
Of course. Bennett won with a low kick, and he got the pin. The main event, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes defeated Kurt Angle in a steel cage. I want to see this match in its entirety. I really do. Good back and forth match. Cody missed a moonsault off the top of the cage. Many released German suplexes into the cage wall. Back and forth, back and forth. Cody actually slips out of his wrestling boot, and that's how he gets out of the ankle lock. He hits a small package and wins. He says he's a better man for having wrestled against Kurt Angle, and he said, "If you don't like it where you're going, there's always a spot for you in the Bullet Club." Angle thanks the crowd, and that's how we end. So,
some more breaking news, which is actually breaking Dave news that has come out of the Observer, but it isn't from the Observer blurb because it's that big. It looks as if Japanese Joshi wrestling is fucked.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Dave's reporting that Kairi Hojo's agreed to a 3-year NXT contract.
I just saw that.
3-year
Yes.
WWE contract. Basically, Nakamura has been wanting her for ages since the rumors of her getting an offer. She's told Stardom officials she's turned down the offer and was staying with them, but has now just told them she's leaving and wanted to leave in April. The problem with that is she's got 2 belts and they want her to drop the title before she leaves. The company felt they were misled by Hojo for all this. On top of that, Io Shirai, their top star, was more upfront about the situation. She's also reconsidered coming, and that she will be going to Orlando later this month, but would not be working any shows over the Mania weekend. So yeah, the top 2 stars in Stardom could be gone. Plus, the third biggest star, Mayu Iwatani, apparently wants to retire before the end of the year. Basically, she was booked to win the World of Stardom title back in December, but the finish was changed to Io Shirai keeping the belt because she wanted to retire last year. But then Shirai said she was going to stay. So Shirai and Miko Satomura are considered the 2 best women wrestlers in the world right now, which, obviously bringing them in will replenish a division that's probably going to have Asuka leaving it, Ember Moon leading it, and a bunch of other women that are nowhere near that level.
Last couple pieces.
Good old Paul.
Last couple pieces of news for you, and my segment for the night. The tickets for non-WWE events over WrestleMania weekend are not selling as well as they could be. WrestleMania is being held in a smaller venue than usually runs the event, so less fans are traveling in.
Mm-hmm.
Fire Pro Wrestling World, the newest installment of Fire Pro, will be coming out on Steam and PlayStation 4 later this year. And there was another death in the world of wrestling, and that would be a Ronald Hurd. He was 68 at the time of his death, and he died via a burst appendix. You know him as the Outlaw Ron Bass. He worked a lot of Southern territories.
Yeah.
Yeah. He worked WWE in 1987, worked against the Junkyard Dog. One of the things I remember about Ron Bass is a short angle he did with Brutus Beefcake, where he busted him open and Beefcake bled so much they threw up the red censored sign on the screen.
The only other time they did that was for Mae Young's tits.
Oh, God. He left the WWF in early 1990, and he was one of the plaintiffs against WWE in 2016 for the class action lawsuit for both brain injuries and concussions. That is my news for the night. And now I give the rest of the show to Ashley and let us know what's going on with these secret Shikara shows.
Shall we start with the Observer Awards?
We can go with that.
We had some interesting stuff. Wrestler of the Year, because if you look at it, it's just, you think AJ was Wrestler of the Year, which obviously he was. But in terms of the votes, he had 2,900 or so. Just behind him, Okada and Naito had around 2,600. So it sort of was very close between those three. In case you're wondering, Okada came second by about 20 votes to Naito, but pretty damn close. Just as close, AJ also got Most Outstanding Wrestler, but only by about to Kenny Omega. Okada was a sort of distant third. There was about 500 gap. Also looking at the list, Spray, Ishii, Naito, Io Shirai, Matt Riddle, and Kushida. In case you're wondering, with the Wrestler of the Year 10, it was Styles, Okada, Naito, Omega, Kento, Miyahara, Tanahashi, Chris Hero, Volador Jr., Kevin Owens, and Nakamura. Best box
I'm
office
glad Owens
draw.
got some.
Go ahead.
I'm glad Owens actually got something.
Yeah, got in the top 10 and even beat Nakamura.
That's
there
good.
You go. Best box office draw obviously went to Connor. He had 1,005 first place picks compared to the next one, which was Brock Lesnar with 9 first picks, but got in total like 1,000 votes. But yeah, way behind. Along with, in order from 3rd to 10th, Diaz, Cena, Naito, Punk, Goldberg, Okada, Tanahashi, and Holly Holm. Feud of the year went to McGregor versus Nate Diaz quite considerably. In terms of wrestling, Cena versus AJ came second. Then we had LIJ versus Chaos, Charlotte versus Sasha, DIY versus Revival, Dragon Lee versus Kamitachi, Miz versus Ziggler, Ospreay versus Skrull, Tanahashi versus Okada, and Lethal versus Cole. The Young Bucks got Tag Team of the Year, but only about 1,000 behind was Dawson and Wilder, and then about another 1,000 behind was DIY. Following on from that, we had Sekimoto and Akabayashi, which I think is all Japan. Maybe Noah, I'm not sure. Certainly Japanese. And then New Day, then Ricochet and Matt Sydal, Jordan and Gable, Zeus and the Bodyguard. I hope that I don't know who they are. Mexico. I hope that isn't that Zeus. Okay. Io Shirai and Mayu Iwatani were 9th, and Daniels and Kazarian 10th. Most improved, Riddle beat The Miz by 6 votes.
That's crazy.
And they only beat Juice Robinson by another 30. So they were the clear 3 ahead. Following that, we had Bliss, Zeus, Yoshihashi, Kenny Omega, Charlotte, Braun Strowman, and Jeff Cobb. Best on interviews, won by miles by McGregor. Interesting, though, underneath it, we had Miz, Jericho, Owens, Heyman. Yeah, Owens is better than Heyman. Omega, Cruz, Amore, or Enzo, I should say. Matt Hardy. Why was he that low? And Naito. Most charismatic went to McGregor, beating Nakamura with Naito, Omega, Tanahashi, Matt Hardy, Dalton Castle, Pentagon, Cena and Rush finishing off the list. Best technical wrestler went to Zack Sabre Jr. again. Kyle O'Reilly was second. They ran away with it. They had like 6,000 votes between them, roughly.
Right.
Followed by Kushida, Jack Gallagher, Marty Scurll, Matt Riddle, Drew Gulak, Chris Hero, AJ, and Shibata. Best brawler went to Ishii, only by a couple of hundred votes to Shibata. Somewhat closely followed by Hero. Then we had Owens, Rush, Samoa Joe, Pentagon, Tommy End, Shuji Ishikawa, and Michael Elgin. Ospreay got best flying wrestler. Was the field or so, and they were miles ahead of the rest of the field, which was Volador Jr., Kota Ibushi, Mascara Dorada, Dragon Lee, Kamitachi, which I guess is, Takahashi now, Hiromu, Rey Fenix, Matt Sydal, and Kushida. Most overrated went to Roman Reigns.
Of course it did.
Although it's an interesting 10 because then we've got Braun Strowman, Baron Corbin, Cody Rhodes.
I agree with that one.
Sexy Star, Timothy Thatcher. How did he not finish higher? Brock Lesnar, Sheamus, Dean Ambrose, and Seth Rollins. Most underrated went to Cesaro, I think, for the 6th year in a row.
Yeah.
Although he only was a few hundred votes ahead of Neville. Then a few hundred votes split him and Zayn, who was in 3rd. A few hundred to Harper, and then closely following by Dijak, Rusev, Ishii, Dalton Castle, Chris Hero, and Mark Andrews. Promotion of the year went to New Japan again, beating UFC. WWE came 3rd, followed by Ring of Honor, Evolve, PWG, CMLL, Progress, Dragon Gate, and Rev Pro. Best weekly show went to New Japan. I don't get this one because the New Japan show is stuff from like 6 or 7 months ago.
That's still better than what they're giving us on television. That's pretty much what the
Yes,
voters
but
are
keep
saying.
in mind, it beat SmackDown into 2nd, and Talking Smack came 3rd. Followed by CMLL's Friday night shows, Ring of Honor, NXT. So that really dropped off after winning last year. Lucha Underground, which also dropped off quite heavily. Impact, somehow. And Raw. 6 people thought Raw was the best show, apparently, of 2016. Nobody else did. Match of the year. Pretty close, actually. There was only about 100 or so votes in it, but the winner was Tanahashi versus Okada from Wrestle Kingdom 9. No, 10. Get it right. Closely followed by Omega versus Naito from the G1 finals. Or no, that was the one that was the trying to think. That was the last night of the G1 qualifiers, wasn't it?
I believe so.
The one that Omega won that led him to win G1 itself. Okada versus Ishii as part of the G1 as well was 3rd. AJ versus Nakamura from the Dome from Wrestle Kingdom. First WWE one, Nakamura versus Zayn from NXT Dallas. Ricochet and Will Ospreay from the Super Juniors. DIY and Revival from NXT Toronto. Ricochet, Ospreay, and Sydal versus Cole and the Young Bucks from PWG. Volador Jr. versus Cavernario Barbaro from CMLL. And then Cena versus AJ at SummerSlam. Made the top 10. Rookie of the Year comfortably won by Matt Riddle. So how can he be most improved if he's Rookie of the Year? You get that? I guess because it's only open to wrestling, probably. Leo Rush comfortably in 2nd as well. And a comfortable 3rd for Fred Yehai. The rest of the field was Shayna Baszler, Takuya Nomura, Ben Kay, Shihiro Hashimoto, Rachel Ellering made it on there. Teraraki Kanematsu and Daria Berenato. Best non-wrestler, only about 100 votes in it, but Dario Cueto beat Daniel Bryan, followed by Heyman, Maurice, Stokely Hathaway, Renee Young, William Regal, Lana Gado, and Katrina. Best announcer went to Mauro Ranallo. Only by a couple of hundred votes, though, to Corey Graves. That's interesting. Shinpei Nagami from New Japan got number 3, followed by Jim Ross, Steve Corino, Joe Rogan, Kevin Kelly, Daniel Bryan, Brian Stan, and Lenny Leonard. Worst announcer went to David Otunga, followed by Stryker, followed by Saxton, followed by Matthews. Josh, your stick didn't work, mate. You're only number 4. But apparently he is worse than JBL, Michael Cole, Joey Styles. That's what you get for making the comments that you did, Joey. Vampiro, Jerry Lawler, and Mauro Ranallo. He's the only guy that's on both lists as best and worst. Wow. Best major show, comfortably won by Wrestle Kingdom. Oh, it was Wrestle Kingdom 9. I've lost my numbers. Brilliant. PWG Night 3, I think, got second. NXT Dallas, third, followed by New Japan's King of Pro Wrestling from October, UFC 205, the Cruiserweight Classic Finals, UFC 202, UFC 199, WWN's Mercury Rising show as part of the WrestleMania weekend in Dallas, and then New Japan's Dominion in Osaka from June. Worst show was WrestleMania 32, closely followed by Bound for Glory, the Bellator Gracie versus Shamrock match, a card from February last year. Triple Mania somehow only made number 4. Clash of Champions followed on. The one night only show from January. I don't remember what that one was. Was it the My Vag one?
I don't think so.
I have to look at the dates. Hang on. Where's worst match of the year? Hang on. Where is worst match of the year? Oh no, worst match of the year was in worst match was March, so I don't know when that bloody aired then. The one night only. Fastlane from last February. Oh, Fastlane might be on again. This shit. The Knockouts Knockdown. Oh, that's there. Ring of Honor's Best in the World. Wow, Ring of Honor actually made it on there. And also UFC 200. Best Wrestling Maneuver went to Kenny Omega's One Ringed Angel beating the Rainmaker. And then you had the Meltzer Drive from the Bucks, the Phenomenal Forearm from AJ, Ember Moon's Eclipse, or the Top Rope Stunner, as I guess you could call it, the Destino from Naito, Styles Clash from AJ, the Oscutter from Ospreay, the Shatter Machine from Revival, and the Best Meltzer Ever from Daniels and Kaz. The most disgusting promotion tactic was Kimbo versus Dada 5000. I'd say unsurprisingly, considering, somebody died after it, and the other one nearly did. Well, I guess, wasn't there reports that he basically died, and if they hadn't have started his heart, he would have died with Dada?
I think so.
Brock Lesnar doing the hard way to Randy Orton was a very close second. And then we had a hefty-ass gap to third, which was Adam Rose Mugshot T-shirt. Was that the one he had on the house shows, was it?
Yeah, I believe so.
So I'm just trying to check up for something with one of the ones further down. Then the intergender matches from Lucha Underground. Rising booking Gabby Garcia versus Shinobu Kandori, which is basically an MMA fighter versus a television star. Or no, I think it was somebody that was like a politician in Japan, like literally doing active fighting. So that's stupid. TNA treatment of Billy Corgan. WWE redoing the Montreal screw job with Natalia and Brett. Sasha Banks' fake retirement playing off Daniel Bryan. And then Rising booking Kazushi Sakuraba in fights. Which from what I can tell is basically they were booking him in fights basically just to get murdered. Against like Wanderlei Silva and people like that, But basically just using him as a punching bag. Apparently there was only 3 shows that were voted for worst TV show. Raw won over Impact and Lucha Underground. For worst match, the one that obviously led the way was Shelly Martinez versus Rebel. Big gap then to Jericho and Ambrose, which was the, what did they call it? The Asylum match, was it?
Yes.
Kimbo Slice versus Dada 5000 from Bellator. The TNA Women's Gauntlet match from the January 8th show, so that must have been the one that, got worst pay-per-view. Undertaker versus Shane from WrestleMania, and Triple H versus Roman Reigns from WrestleMania. Worst feud went to Titus O'Neil and Darren Young. I merged them. It's that bad. Yoshitatsu versus Bone Soldier was second. Roman versus Triple H. New Day versus Anderson and Gallows. Taker versus Shane. Ziggler versus Corbin. Reigns versus Rusev. Noah versus Suzuki Gun. Yeah, that makes sense. Styles versus Ellsworth. And Jericho versus Ambrose. Worst promotion, comfortably won by AAA. Sorry, TNA over AAA. Followed by WWE, Ring of Honor, Pro Wrestling Noah, Bellator, Lucha Underground, and What Culture Pro Wrestling. Don't want to mention that, Blumpy, eh? The 8th worst promotion of the year. Best Booker went to Gado, followed by Joe Silver, Ryan Ward, Triple H, Vince McMahon. Yeah, Triple H beat Vince McMahon. Whee! Hunter Johnson, Jim Smallman, Gabe Sapolsky, Andy Quidlan, and Sean Shelby. Promoter of the year went to Dana White, beating Takagi Kidane, Triple H, Jim Smallman, Gabe Sapolsky, and Jun Akiyama. Best gimmick, Broken Matt Hardy. The rest was LIJ, Jericho and Owens, Marty Scurll, Dalton Castle. Tied were the Young Bucks and Bobby Roode, and then Pentagon. Worst gimmick went to Bone Soldier, which is probably fair because that was pretty bad. Followed by the Cabinet. Yeah. Make Darren Young great again. Yeah, God, I forgot about that one. How could I have done? The Shining Stars, the League of Legends, the Hunter Club. What was that? I remember the Hunter.
Oh yeah, Yoshitatsu doing the Triple H gimmick.
Oh yeah, trying to take down the Bone Soldier. Yep. Elias Sampson, tied were Mojo and James Ellsworth. Only 1 vote ahead of Andre Cien Almas. Best book went to Ali versus Inoki, followed by Pat Patterson's accepted book and the Roddy Piper story from Ariel and Colt Toombs. And in terms of the DVD stuff, is WWE 24-1, even though it isn't a DVD. Thank You, Daniel, which I think was the 24 special. The Resurrection of Jake Roberts documentary was 3rd. Wrestling Road Diaries 3. Hitting the High Spots with Chris Hero and Dave Meltzer along with Rob Naylor. The Magnum TA story. Day 2 of Battle of Los Angeles. Wow, so an actual show made it in the DVD section. Good job. Living on a Razor's Edge, the Scott Hall documentary, the true story of the Royal Rumble, and Owen Heart of Gold did make it in the top 10, Owen.
Good.
just about. So in terms of news, and this is all from last week's Dave stuff. I don't know if even we've got time for this week's, probably not. AAA is getting even more worse rep with indie promotions that have worked with them, as they're now sending cease and desist letters to everybody that's using Pentagon and Phoenix. It's now not just trying to stop them from using their old names, but they're now trying to get them to stop booking them by threatening legal action. A AAA trying to fuck themselves.
Yeah,
Seriously. Sinclair, the parent company of Ring of Honor, has approached Tribune Media Company to talk about a merger, apparently. It's worth noting that Tribune owns WGN America and have 42 stations, while Sinclair owns or operates about 173 stations. So it looks like it was Sinclair trying to buy Tribune rather than really sort of a proper merger, really. The reason why you can't do it is because there's an FCC regulation that no owner of broadcast television stations can reach more than 39% of the country. But the feeling is that the Donald will relax the rules, probably. There's the thing about Matt Morgan. He's been competing in bodybuilding contests and is preparing for a contest in June, apparently. How are they going to do that? If they need him. There's the deal about Conan. Obviously, there's no Hernandez because of the whole Lucha Underground thing, even though he isn't even in it anymore. There's a full commitment through August, and the key thing is to get a paying television outlet in the US and a paying television outlet in the UK. Because the only real money they're getting at the minute is India. Obviously, that's going to change with the deal coming next month with Spike. The situation with ITV is they're looking at doing a wrestling show, but they need to get a wrestling promotion built from a TV show. That's why they had talks with Jarrett, because they don't want to do a Lucha Underground with a TV mindset, because they realize that just means it's not going to work. Apparently the audience of One Productions' lawsuit against TNA, they've dropped their claims against both Ron Harris and Aurelux. So they're still going against Impact Ventures and the CFO, seeking close to $250,000 in unpaid bills plus interest. Apparently, the attorneys representing the wrestlers in the concussion lawsuit have claimed that Snooker and Steele passed away from some sort of thing relating to, the concussion stuff. And also apparently mentioned Chavo's Classic, Ivan Koloff, Nicole Bass, and Rex King as examples as well. So they're getting dragged into it brilliantly. Rumor is Samson will be going to the main roster sooner rather than later. Apparently, he did work one of the NXT house shows a few weeks back as El Vagabundo. That's nearly as bad as Juan Cena, let's be honest. Most of the UK contracted wrestlers are being booked on the Post-Mania tour in May. They've already confirmed Bate, Dunn, Andrews, Wolfgang, Seven, Connors, T-Bone, Drake, Maloney, Grabwell, Huxley, Tucker, and Devlin. Most of them will be working 6-man tags with 6 guys on Raw and 6 guys on SmackDown. Basically, the idea is Mustache Mountain, Wolfgang, and Grabwell and Huxley are going to be faces. Wolfgang a face? Okay. With Dunn, Connors, T-Bone, and Drake as heels. There are also rumors of Pete Dunne going to be working Raw or SmackDown on the Post-Mania shows in Orlando. And all the UK contracted talent is going to be in. So if you can get tickets to Access, Owen, you might be seeing Pete Dunne versus Trent Seven.
We're planning
or
on
something.
going to Access, but we haven't decided when we're going yet.
Hopefully they announce a card so then it'll be like you're going then to see British wrestling in America.
I
Dick
can
the
see it on
Destroyer is
Raw
looking to get
after.
into the Hall of Fame. Which is interesting because, of course, Samoa Joe's nickname at the minute. So who knows? There's the stuff about the German commentary. I said I was going to talk about it this time, but I'm not. The ice cream stuff is going to be Frozen Pops. Apparently, merch was on sale back on Raw last week in Green Bay. Kurt Angle's supposed to be appearing on Raw the day after Mania.
Yep.
Canyon Cayman and Ryan Katz of the NXT writing group were over in Singapore, Malaysia, Dubai, and the Philippines scouting for talent. And the most watched shows a few weeks back on the network, NXT was number 1, followed by Elimination Chamber from this year, Fastlane from last year, the Rumble from January, a Holy Foley episode, WrestleMania from last year, 205 Live, this week in WWE, Talking Smack at number 9, and then one of the old Monday Night War documentaries got 10th. Quickly, I don't think there's any. Oh, apparently the note regarding the Goldberg and Owens match lasting only 21 seconds. The first reason apparently is they fear Goldberg and Owens would have a crap match if it went for too long. And they're still concerned that Goldberg can't work a match of a significant length. Remember, that's your WrestleMania main event, kids. Fuck. Another reason is they don't want Goldberg to get injured. Don't worry, he'll headbutt a bloody door before that, probably. And also, Chris Jericho's got a fundraising campaign for type 1 diabetes research. He's selling a special "You're a Stupid Idiot" apparel up until March 19th. So that's a week on Tuesday? No, Sunday? The 19th, Owen?
Yeah, it's a week from this Sunday.
So you can get t-shirts and tank tops at $25 and hoodies $40 with a portion of the proceeds going to the charity. So you can go to, I think probably the easiest way to go to find it rather than give you the full address is represent.com/Chris Jericho. It'll be on there because it's his project as part of that. So in terms of, and also another Stardom thing, as I mentioned with Shirai and everything, a few weeks back, Kelly Skater made an announcement to the Stardom fans that she'll be retiring in the next few months as well. She'll be going back to being a non-wrestler, I guess. So I've got a feeling, expect a lot of special stuff happening for the Shimmer show on April the 1st. I think it's the Saturday. Because from what I can tell, that'll be Kelly Skater's last match as on the US indie scene, from what I can tell. So, other results. The only big note from Dragon Gate Japan was Naruki Doi's team beat Berserk. And they selected, Over Generation as they're being known, selected Monday Ryu. The reason why is Chima said that Ryu currently has a cervical hernia, much like Chima did a decade ago, and understands the situation and wants to be able to support him. And Ryu said he suffered it last year. Even now he has numbness in both hands and little strength. was considering retiring, but recently became an uncle, and that's given him the resolve to not give up. They've also announced that the Jimmies of Saito, Susumu, and Horiguchi will challenge the winners of the March 20th Triangle Gate match on the big card for the titles at the next Korakuen Hall show on April the 7th. Got the Northeast Wrestling stuff. Keep scrolling. On Point. Did we cover On Point Wrestling? No, we couldn't because you talked about tournament. So On Point Wrestling actually started with a tribute to Kevin Hogan. During the dedication of the venue to him, the management brought out Shane Douglas to pay tribute to him as well as departed stars of the Squared Circle. We had Arcadia beat Granakuma, Carl the Beast beat Ryan Gallione, Sean Carr defeated Devon Moore, Jeff Cannonball beat Jimmy Lyon, Bill Avery and Kefka the Quiet beat Alex Payne and Pele Promo, Unbreakable Andy beat Steve Scott, Drew Blood and Drake Chambers. Tony Deppen defeated Joey Janela in the I Quit match. Matt Tremont beat Mark Angel, and they reunited in the ring to say that their feud had been settled after the result. It's worth noting, if I can find the match. Yeah, so the Fans Bring the Muffin match with Avery and Kefka and Payne and Promo was newly christened the Kevin Hogan Memorial. Oh, I see. It's the Kevin Hogan Memorial Hall. So they've actually named the building after Hogan, which is a nice touch. Especially because obviously it's Matt Tremont's promotion. They've announced that Survival of the Sickest 2, which is sort of their Tournament of Death, but not. Certainly the hardcore tournament. Will be featuring G Raver, Danny Havoc, Jeff Cannonball, JD Horror, Tank, Brad Cash, Jimmy Lyon, Mark Angel, and Matt Tremont. As usual, it's 9 people because they never do it on numbers. I won't go through. Worth noting, David Starr beat Bubblegum. Mustache Mountain beat the Red, and they broke up because James Castle beat up Shay Samuels afterwards. Dave Mastiff beat Jeff Cobb. Ginny said she's the women's division and Eve champion. Got challenged by Rhea O'Reilly, setting a match for April. Ryan Smile beat Pete Dunne. The interim champion for the British Cruiserweight title, Josh Bodom, beat RD Singh. Bodom ran down RJ afterwards, called Ospreay a fake champ. Said that he was going to Orlando as the real champ, which brought out David Starr and challenged Bodom to a title match in Orlando. So Starr's going to be making headlines again that weekend, I think. Matt Riddle beat Timothy Thatcher because there is a God. And new champions for the tag belts. CCK of Chris Brooks and Travis Banks beat Joel Redman and Charlie Sterling. No results from Lucha Toronto. With Smash Wrestling, all I can find out is the Kevin Bennett experience of Kevin Bennett and Frankie the Mobster. Won the Fateful 8 tournament. For Alpha 1 in Hamilton, Ontario, Space Monkey beat the Evil Space Monkey. Marion Fontaine victorious over Kikutaro. Alessandro Del Bruno retained the Zero Gravity belt over Gavin Quinn. The tag team grudge match saw Virus of Josh Alexander and Tyson Dukes beat Ethan Page and Shane Saber. Jim Nye beat Dick Justice. Then in a tag title triple threat, new champs as Virus, double duty for them, beat the champs of Iron and Page as well as Young Money of Brent Banks and Young Miles. Then in a 6-man tag sudden death, Eric Kearney, Josh Rogan, and Mark Wheeler beat Alex Daniels, Dominic Guarini, and Dr. Daniel C. Rockingham. And Kobe Durst beat ACH to retain the Alpha Male title. For the Women's Wrestling Revolution Identity Crisis, co-produced by Beyond Wrestling. Sea Stars beat Penelope Ford and Maria Manic. Willow Nightingale beat Skylar. Sonia Strong victorious over Vanity. Karen Q beat Tasha Steele. Black and Blue of Davienne and Belmont victorious over Sammy Lane victorious over the Twisted Sisters. Sammy Lane, who was the managing Black and Blue, got attacked by the Twisted Sisters afterwards because Black and Blue just left. Gabby Castrovinci beat Barbie Hayden. Veda Scott victorious over Alexis Rose. Jordan Grace beat Renee Michelle. And Rachel Ellering beat Sue Young. AAW, we had Scarlett and Graves beat the Besties. Jessica Havoc beat Samantha Heights. Ethan Page beat Kruger. Zero Gravity beat Ace Perry and Paco Gonzalez. And Lewis Linden and Stephen Wolf in a triple threat tag match. AL Fox beat JT Dunn. Brew Baker beat Eric Cannon. Cody Rice and Bucky Collins beat the Space Monkey and Mark Heitenbauer. And then with the titles, ACH retained the Heritage Belt over Desmond Xavier, and Sami Callihan held on to the heavyweight title over Ray Phoenix. With Shikara, just for time, I'll run over the fact that Taylor and Dustin have 3 points, so they could be challenging for the tag belts, possibly in Orlando. Even more of a reason for you to go with. You might see Chuck Taylor actually win something. And with the Campeonatos de Parejas, I got it wrong. Apparently, Sonny Defarge and Cornelius Cromwells were the champions. So I guess they're beating Mustache Mountain at some point. But they won over 3 falls. And then the encore, we just mentioned that one. Juan Francisco de Coronado has 3 points, we think. In terms of his quest to try and get to the title. In the main event, Ultramantis Black retained over Max Smashmaster. In terms of the secret season stuff, so this is stuff like we definitively know in terms of points and everything. Well, the first thing is the first show, which was Every Man for Himself, featured the Infinity Gauntlet, which is the 33 competitors coming in every 88 seconds, getting a golden opportunity. For some reason, the first two of Rick Rowland and Sloan Caprice decided to have a fun war. Whatever. Just noting, last one in was Ultramantis Black, but it was Dasha Hatfield that eventually won, who entered number 27. So Dasha gets an opportunity, don't know what that is. Afterwards, Ophidian proposes to fire Antley anyone else from being taken out of Shikara. And then Quack enters and he's asked who he's going to defend Shikara and avenge Amasis for, to which he answers that he has a contingency plan. Apparently, neither of them wants to use it because Fire immediately says, "I'm joining you, Ophidian." So I wonder what that is. That's sort of the only real sort of bit. Oh, apparently Officer Warren Barksdale also got assigned to parking lot duty, but met his new partner, which obviously starts the build-up of the wrestlers and whatever. Apparently Bruno Maloney got transferred in from the K9 unit. Dustin was in a barbershop as well, saying that Chuck Taylor's recording a single and might have a girlfriend. So there's actually some pretty good notes of here of the promos. The next show, apparently everything's talking about a barbershop. I don't know if it's got, super kick for a glass or whatever. He's nervous about asking a girl to be his tag partner, apparently. Crumbles and Defarge say that Mustache Mountain's afraid of them. And when they get their title shot, it will hurt like the Dickens. Okay. So they now have 4 points, apparently, because they won on the show. Ultra Mantis says Kobold needs to prepare for annihilation, which Ultra Mantis wins. Oberian's then training with Hip Toss Hank when approached by Ophidian and Fire Ant. They commiserate and offer to help him to get what he wants. Oberian punches Hank and leaves without giving an answer. Then Princess Kimberly, wearing a black leather coat, questions what she has to do against one of her best friends, which is Solo Darling. What I do in the ring, trust me when I say it's not what I want to do, but it's what I have to do. So she's going a bit heel. She's on 3 points as well with her win. Hallowicked retained over Icarus in the main event. Afterwards, Team C-Stars asked Mantis to mentor them, obviously not knowing about how people who associate with him usually don't come to happy ends. And Ultra Mantis turned them down because he walks in greatness too great for them to follow. Wow, that's nice. Have a quick look. Ultra Mantis got his 3rd point, beating Dustin. For some reason, bloody Lucas Calhoun and Jeremy Leary, who are having a feud and whatever, have a drag race at various points somehow during the show, with Calhoun's car leaking fluid later on because Jeremy Leary sabotaged him. Race Jackson's now a full-on heel and debuts a That's So Race catchphrase. Oh, that's so Raven. Apparently, Jeremy Leary also has Calhoun's ring gear and is also going after Calhoun's hair. So Leary's proving to be proper heel, apparently. The Block Party reunited. Mr. Azerbaijan and the Proletariat Board Moldova. They lost to Solo Darling and Travis Huckabee. So that worked out. The main event saw Coronado lose his 2 points that at least he had at the time, from what I can tell. And afterwards, Kimberly's being blackmailed by the Whisper, who instructs her to do something else for him. And I guess that's how we write Kimberly out of going to NXT. In terms of shows this weekend, just because we are running shit out of time, I'll just mention ICW have got 3 shows this weekend: Friday in Liverpool, Saturday in Bristol, and Sunday in Leeds. Southside have 4 shows: a Friday night women's show being headlined by Kaylee Ray versus Candice LeRae. Saturday, a double header. In the afternoon is Day of Reckoning, featuring an interesting one: Ethan Page versus Ray Phoenix, along with could be an interesting 4-way with Kaylee Ray, Nixon Newell, The Session Moth, Martina, and Jade. Bubblegum and Ray Phoenix headlines the Risky Business show on Saturday evening, along with a few other matches. So, some of it's a bit problematic because Alex Windsor got injured, so she's being replaced on the shows, but they've yet to announce what's happening there. Southside was having a show on Sunday afternoon to evening, Raw Deal 6. By the looks of it, with all the title matches on it, practically. The tag titles on the line with Nixon and PJ versus GBH of Robbie X and Big Grizzly. Melina puts the Queen of Southside title on the line against Jade. The heavyweight title was also on the line with El Ligero defending against Jeff Cobb. And then the Speed King title was on the line in a 6-man ladder match featuring Bubblegum, Ray Phoenix, Kip Sagan, Damian Dunn, Chris Ridgway, and Chris Tyler. Bubblegum is the holder of that belt, by the way. CWF Mid-Atlantic has its 100th episode taping this Saturday in Gibsonville, North Carolina. Star main eventing with Brad Attitude, Eric Royal, and Roy Wilkins versus Trevor Lee and partners of his choosing. Ooh. Oh, no, they can't. I was going to say it clashes with Ring of Honor. Damn it. Also, the 3 stages of Real, Joshua Cutshaw and Nick Richards. Stipulations here. The first fall can only end in submission or KO. The second fall can only end by one of them hitting a finisher. Because it says RKO or ball hammer. What I'm wondering is if somebody does the other's finisher, does that qualify? Who knows? And the third fall, if needed, is Falls Count Anywhere. A few other matches on that show as well. CZW has its Proving Ground show at the Flyer Skate Zone, which will be on iPay-per-view as well. Main event is Matt Tremont and Stockade versus Jeff Cannonball and Joey Janela, so expect that to get hardcore. Also, you've got Joe Gacy defending the world title against Chris Dickinson, and Scarlett and Grays in a triple threat for their tag belts against the Dub Boys and EYFBO, along with a few other matches. I don't even have time to go through the best of the best brackets. I'll do that next week, but they've revealed them, and let's just say they're pretty damn interesting. AIW's Girls Night Out 19. I'll do a full talk of this because apparently these shows do very well on DVD, but never well in terms of crowd. So I urge you to go because this is sometimes where you see a lot of good talents. Tickets from as low as $20, which should be available on the door. 8 matches confirmed so far out of the 9. Karen Q versus Kira Hogan, Ray Lynn versus Faye Jackson, MJ Jenkins versus Solo Darling, Vader Scott versus Penelope Ford, Sonia Strong taking on Lufisto, Gail Kim in action against Britt Baker, and then your 2 title matches known so far. The Phoenix of Rise title on the line with Angel Dust defending against Shotzi Blackheart, and the AIW Women's Belt also being defended by Shayna Baszler taking on Sienna, a.k.a. AK-47. That's a lot of AKs. Allison Kay. Also, they announced for April 8th, making his AIW debut, it's only Jimmy fucking Rave. That's an interesting one, considering his issues over the past few years. Shine, 41 this Friday, will be on Flow Slam. Apparently, Amber O'Neal and Gabby Castrovinci won't be able to compete. So they've changed a few things up with the card. Basically, Santana was given power of attorney to select a new partner and chose Chelsea Green. That's Laurel, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Is she going to act drunk?
Yeah.
Also, interestingly, they chose Kennedy Brink, and C4 decided to choose Vanessa Craven. So somebody who isn't part of the stable is going to be possibly a tag team champion, depending how it goes with Santana and Chelsea. We'll have to see. But because of the change to the tag team title, Ariel Monroe and Priscilla Kelly have left without opposition. So they've added a make or break singles bout to the match of both Priscilla and Ariel. They'll be going 1-on-1. But with make or break, it seems to be like, if you win, it could be interesting. So on the card, we've got a four-way fray with Leva Bates, ACR, Jamie Jameson, and Dynamite Didi. Ariel Monroe versus Priscilla Kelly, the one mentioned. Malaya Osaka versus Angel Rose. Sue Young taking on Candy Cartwright. Tessa Blanchard versus Taya Trinidad. Top Contenders Challenger match with Allison Kay versus Mercedes Martinez. The tag team title matches I previously mentioned. And the main event, Lufisto defends against former champ Eva Lise, which I'm guessing is probably going to be her last match with the pregnancy and everything. I'm guessing. And then the one I mentioned previously, the Red Wedding. And that's it. Thank bloody God. Sorry for the long show, everybody.
Yeah.
It needs to be covered. As I say, I'd have gone through the Shikara stuff in more detail, but the problem with that stuff is it's obviously stuff that was recorded months ago, and champions who are champions are no longer champions. You know, rip Mustache Mountain. I'm going to wear that shirt and cry when they lose the belts and they air that footage. Quickly brief in terms of what we're going to be talking about next week, at least in terms of the indies, on top of hang on if I can scroll. We got Dragon Gate, Alpha One, possibly not Northeast Wrestling because I think that's just other house shows. AAW have got a house show. Fight Club Pro, AAA. Oh God, AAA's next big pay-per-views next week. Oh, along with PWG and C4 and Beyond Wrestling, and more from WCPW as well. If I can get it on, What Culture Extra. And all that jazz.
Plus, we're gonna have the results of the Ring of Honor television tapings as well.
Yes.
So we will be live Friday night, or should I say early Saturday morning here on the East Coast for
It'll probably be just after midnight, hopefully.
The Ring of Honor 15th anniversary podcast is going to be right after the pay-per-view concludes. And then we'll be talking Raw Monday night at 11:30 p.m. and back here next Wednesday at 9 p.m. for the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast. I want to thank everyone in chat tonight. I saw Jeremy Mills, I saw Aiden, I saw Pedro, I saw Logan, I saw Will popped in for a minute or two. Thank you for being in chat tonight and contributing to the show. Follow Logan on Twitter at LoganBurton10, Pedro on Twitter at EvilTakesRoot. Acer is always around, whether he's commenting or not. You can check out his YouTube channel at Acer5000 or at Acer1337. Yes, in a row for all the podcasts you should be listening to, wrestling and or otherwise. Shout out to Mr. Entertainment. I got to spend quite a lot of time with Aaron over the weekend with Impact. You can follow him at Mr. ENT92. Shout out to Cleveland, Contra Cleve, and of course I was able to hang out with Wit a little bit at Impact as well. It's Jedi Wit 82. And big shout out to my my roommate, the person that has made moving to Orlando happen, and that is Great Traveling Scott. And he'll be returning to the shows whenever things make it possible for him to return. So he's very much traveling on the road right now. So shout out to him at GR8 Trav TRAVLN Scott. And Ashley, where can we find you in social media?
Find me on Twitter at AshIsMyNameUK. Game with Ash, by the looks of it, is going to be me moaning about Activision and Nintendo. What's new?
Yes, Acer pops up at the last minute. As always, lots of pro wrestling coverage, news, shows, recaps, and more, along with many other non-wrestling topics we discussed about. Some great stuff. Another busy year of pro wrestling in 2017. And, of course, putting over the YouTube and the Twitter. Real quick,
that's going to be the problem. Every time there's an Impact taping that Owen goes to, it's going to go long as this. Damn it.
Yeah, probably. I will say right now,
have to rant.
Sip and Snack returns tomorrow, so stay tuned for that. Friday should be a brand new Versus, and Saturday, most likely, Saturday will be the Ring of Honor Popcast, the Ring of Honor pay-per-view podcast for the 15th anniversary show. That archive will go up on Saturday. Sunday will be, well, I guess you'll have to wait and see. We're hoping for AJ's movie reviews, but we'll see what happens because things have not been we got Logan up, but that's about all we have as of right now. And if not, might end up being where Gaming with Ash comes out. Who knows? Monday for the Raw Popcast, Wednesday for the Wednesday Wrestling Popcast, next week for Sip and Snack. And as we progress towards WrestleMania, my God, not very much longer. So that being said, I want to thank you guys and girls out there for watching. And in a world where there are a billion wrestling podcasts, we're very pleased that once more this evening or this morning, you have chosen a podcast. Thanks everyone for watching and listening tonight. And until tomorrow, boys and girls, that's all we got to say about that.
Make Impact great again. When was it great in the first fucking place?